Good morning, everyone, and welcome here. I would like to ask you all to take your places, and I would like to say a big warm welcome to the Nordic Council's theme session 2025. I hope that the interpreting is functioning and all the technology as well. And before we start our plenary today, I have the honor to giving the floor to Finland's Deputy Vice Speaker Tarja Filatov for a few introductory words. You have the floor, Madam Filatov. Thank you, Madam President and Madam President, dear guests and colleagues. A warm welcome here to this spring-like Helsinki. The Parliament is delighted to host this year's Nordic Council theme session here in Helsinki. The theme is very topical, and I'm sure that we all touches us all. A more unity, a new era of Nordic security. That is, more unity, a new era of Nordic security and preparedness in this new time. This reflects the needs and challenges of the Nordic region and the world around it today. It is very important that we discuss the cooperation between the Baltic States Sea countries on security, defense, and security of supply issues. It is very important in our inland sea area, and the situation has changed. The security situation in Europe has changed. Ukraine is fighting for its own and for all of Europe. And peace negotiations, there are a lot of very unusual elements to this as well. The Nordics have hybrid attacks and new kinds of disinformation campaigns as well. And also, we are going into the internet attacked by new methods, for example, AI manipulation, and all of those kind of sites are fairly new. We have built up our knowledge of all of these different things. Also, critical infrastructure is also being attacked, such as the cable breaks in the sea. We have to become stronger. It is necessary to also strengthen Nordic cooperation, also internally and also in cooperation with the Baltic countries, EU, NATO, and other strategic partners. Without forgetting also their stronger internal cohesion, polarization, and in being in a bubble is talked about a lot, which is why it is valuable also to think about these issues which increase societal also cohesion so that we can all feel that we are valuable and a part of society. Being together and being stronger together internally makes us also stronger against external threats. And these important conjunctions we can talk about today in this theme discussion. Ladies and gentlemen and members of the Nordic Council, a democratic parliamentary cooperation gives us a strong foundation and makes also our defense policy more sustainable. It is important to ensure that also security and defense policy is supported by the people, in particular when and if we have to make large investments in security. We have to ensure that people do not feel that this is unfair, but we also share the burden. The Nordic Council and through your work, it is possible to deepen the cooperation between our countries and ensure that Nordic defense and security policy is developed according to our common values and goals. Through cooperation, we can build a stronger cohesion and solutions and ensure that the Nordics will remain secure and safe for our people. Dear colleagues, geopolitical tensions, the crisis in the climate and economic uncertainty, polarization, and many other things are trying for all of us, and we live in midst of many crises, to be true, in many crises, multi-crises, and many of them are connected to each other and enforce each other's effects, and the situation requires particular wisdom from us. We can only tackle one problem at a time, and our acts, we have to look at them from many different viewpoints. Multi-crises are characterized by the fact that they affect many social, ecological, and economical systems, which makes them more complicated. We live in a time where this multi-crisis defines even more the future and also the lives of children and young people. They also are very challenging for us and also challenging for Nordic cooperation. Dear listeners, the Nordics have long been examples of how openness, democracy, and equality are not just ideals, they are strengths that make our societies sustainable, safe, and also have a competitive edge. Our joint value and trust in cooperation is a foundation that we can build on and build stability on in a ever-changing world. We can together promote also sustainable solutions in multi-crises. I wish you all a very fruitful session in your work for a strong and safer Nordic region. I hope you have a wonderful time. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the second Vice President or Speaker, Tarja Filatov, honourable members of the Nordic Council, honourable ministers, observers, honourable guests of the Nordic Council. As the President of the Nordic Council, it's a great pleasure for me and an honour to warmly welcome all of you to this thematic session in Helsinki. I'd particularly like to welcome our international guests from the Baltic Assembly, the Benelux Parliament, the Western Nordic Council, and representatives of the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference, and of course all members of the Nordic Youth Council and the Sami Parliamentary Council. We now move on to the list of attendees. The proposal is in document 1/2025 in our website, Norden. The website is updated regularly, so the latest version of the agenda and all other documents are available there. Can we approve the proposed list of attendees? Yes. Then we move on to the approval of the adoption of the agenda. The formal items number 2 will be dealt with after 3. So the Presidium's proposal for the agenda is in document 5/2025 and it's on the website. Can we adopt the agenda? Yes. We will continue with the adoption of the standing orders for the thematic session, and they are found in their entirety, document 3/2025, also on the website. And it's also on at your seats. All rejoinders and all speakers will have to speak from the rostrums, and all the replies from the other rostrum. Use your red card, please. If you want to take the floor, do it early on so that the Secretariat can see you, and make sure you have eye contact. And then when you know that you've been noted, you can lower your card. Can we adopt the standing orders? Yes. Item 3, thematic debate. But before we start the debate, I would like to inform you that we have 3 hours. The speaking time has been adjusted. The topic of today It is stronger unity, a new time for Nordic security and preparedness. This is one of the focus areas of Swedish presidency of the Council. We're very happy to have very dedicated and experienced speakers here today. Finnish President Alexander Stubb and Sweden's Minister for Defense Preparedness, Oskar Bolin. I would like to give the floor to Finland's President Alexander Stubb, and then to Oskar Bolin, Swedish Minister for Civil Defense. And then there's time for replies and rejoinders. Would we all stand up, please, to welcome Alexander Stubb, President of Finland. I have the great honor of giving the floor to Finland's President, Mr. Alexander Stubb. Mr. President, welcome, and you have the floor. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all, Madam President, honourable parliamentarians, ministers, Nordic friends. If I seem a little bit tired today, it is because I am. I've had a rather longer trip which started in Rauma last Wednesday and went from there to Paris and then to Florida and London, and I landed yesterday evening. But it is very nice to be here together with you today. I don't know about you, but I've never felt this more Nordic than today. And it's not just because of the fact that the Swedish Eurovision representative sings about a sauna and which is Finnish. I think it's more because of the situation in the world. This feeling of being Nordic has in no way diminished in recent times, quite the opposite, in fact. When I think of the Nordic region, I feel very safe and secure. We five, all together. I also believe that many of you Nordic parliamentarians share my feeling when you weigh your own thoughts and feelings about all that is going on in our rather turbulent world today. We live in a time when the whole sea is storming. Predictability has been replaced by unpredictability. What could be respectful coexistence is challenged by uncertainties in mass production, one could say. Old truths and loyalties are shaken. The line between truth and untruths is rubbed out. Many of us have probably asked ourselves, what can we really trust in anymore? But in the middle of all this, there is a glimmer of light. What is it that feels like a rock, like granite, if not Nordic community, Nordic cooperation, which will not be shaken no matter how the winds whine around us? Nordic cooperation has perhaps never been characterized by such natural trusting and predictable interaction as today. We should perhaps more often put aside our modesty and beat our chests and note that, hey, the Nordic model of society tops any comparison between civilizations in world history. We're sort of skeptical and quiet, and let us think about our Nordic societies and look at all the world ranking lists today. There is not a positive ranking where all the 5 Nordic countries wouldn't be represented, and it's something that we should have pride in. Our model is based on common values, the importance of which today seems more important than ever. That is to say, democracy, the rule of law, human rights, gender equality, equality, sustainability. Well, these are, after all, the hallmarks of Nordic society based on the rule of law and welfare, in which where we continue to uphold the ambition of caring for all our citizens, to take care of each other. A conviction that cannot be measured in quarterly terms because it has an eternal perspective, a firm belief that respect for human dignity is not some kind of political cyclical issue. I've never felt so happy about the predictability, stability, and long-term thinking that characterizes our Nordic societies. And there has been no shortage of innovation either. It has resulted in several industrial inventions that literally keep the cogs or ball bearings turning around in the world. Do we remember this often enough, how good we truly are? Perhaps we're also blind to the more intangible elements in the Nordic success story. Perhaps we are necessarily modest and not emphasizing more actively how, today, despite everything, we still manage to hold on to the most important thing in all human interaction: trust in each other. The fact is that our societies are still characterized by a high and measurable level of trust, both in our fundamental social institutions and in our fellow human beings. What an incredible, valuable, collective mental, psychological capital in these times of broken promises. Trust. Trust is the Nordic gold. However, this trust, togetherness and confidence is not something that develops just overnight. The Nordic countries share experiences of both war and peace in times gone by. We were not always on the same page, but in the end, we landed on the right side. The Nordic countries developed in the post-war period according to their own circumstances and realities, but always in agreement on common goals, as in the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers. And as Finns, in a country that has the over 1,000-kilometer long border with Russia, it is difficult to say enough how important the Nordic anchoring in the Nordics has been, especially during the Cold War. And especially now, we followed the principles of Nordic benefit, what we can do together rather than separately. We've learned from each other, been able to follow each other's tried and tested examples. So what really lies at the heart of Nordic cooperation, alongside the borderless people-to-people exchanges in the in-between in our civil societies, we can also share experiences of peace mediation, peacekeeping, and crisis management in challenging circumstances. We are curious about and learn from each other's preparedness work and models of total defense and security supply. In times when good advice is expensive, it is good to have free wisdom. It's good. Resilience used to be a rather authoritarian word. Today, resilience is an approach that is embedded, baked into the Nordic preparedness thinking, between our ears, as is to say, because ultimately, resilience is also based on the alert individual's responsibility for themselves and for others. Here, too, we share our experiences. At the same time, we recognize that defense is about more than steel and gunpowder. We know that culture, in addition to its outstanding intrinsic value, is also an essential part of the collective mental preparedness, identity, and, as I say, the soul's readiness to provide for itself. In fact, culture, in many ways, is the answer to the question of what is worth defending. It is no coincidence that Nordic colleagues seek each other's out like magnets in international contexts. We know how it is. We had an international meeting and we looked there's that Icelandic person, there's the Danish one, there's the Norwegian one, there's the Swedish one, there's the Finn, and then we hang out together. It's easy. Culturally, we share the same outlook, The 5 Nordic countries' values are so similar they merge into a common set of values. This has a direct link to security and defense. We need to know what we are defending. In the Nordics, there is no doubt about that. We are defending our values, our social model, our culture, our society of trust, our integrity. Also, Nordic defense cooperation deserves its structures. It is carried out through NORDEFCO, which was established in 2009. It is the 5 Nordic countries, all of which are now also members of NATO. Thank goodness. I have to say that it feels extremely secure that a country like Finland, and for Sweden, of course, that be members of NATO, and the collaboration we have within NATO as Nordic countries is incredibly strong. And just as an example, on Sunday I spoke to Denmark's Prime Minister, and on Sunday, well, I sent a message with Signal, through Signal, to Iceland's president and Iceland's prime minister. And on Monday, and I also had an exchange of messages with Sweden's prime minister, and yesterday and this morning, and I had also exchange of messages with Norway's prime minister. So, I mean, when there are tough times, then we do stick together. And this has a direct contact to also defense. And then in Nordics, there is no question about that. We defend our values, our societal model, our culture, and also our society. And also the Nordic Defense Society also deserves its structures. The cooperation also are a common geopolitical situation, and they look the same, and also the similar kind of threats. So the themes for Finland and Åland's presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers in 2025 is summarized in 2 words that describe the Nordic region best: united and strong. United because we 5 Nordic countries are close, also in our security policy thinking, are closer than ever. And strong, because we 5 small states must stick together to better meet the challenges we thought we were consigned to in history only a few years ago. So together, we are stronger. Nordic defense cooperation can, in a natural way, involve logistical support and strengthening of infrastructure on land, at sea, in the air, and digitally. We need to simplify cross-border cooperation in the field of defense as well. For example, in Lapland, this has long been part of everyday life, such as in the Air Force's cross-border training. But there's still a lot to do, especially in terms of legislation. We can also try to be better in joint procurement, that is to say, increase it despite the challenges we know exist. Industrial cooperation is an important part, and, for example, Finnish and Norwegian defence industries are already intertwined in many ways. There's much to do in the field of defence in the future, but already today we can show impressive capabilities if we look at the Nordic region as a whole. And I think the best example is that we have around 250 modern fighter aircraft in the Nordic region. This is a significant defence force. This security is holistic. In the Nordic region, we understand the importance of society as a whole. Everyone's efforts are needed, both in normal times and in crisis situations. The public and private sectors must work together seamlessly. All levels must be involved, that is to say the state, regions, municipalities, and individuals. Threats to our society today are not only directly military. Preparedness against hybrid threats is important, and here too the Nordic region has been a pioneer. Resilience is built, above all, on strong unity which rests on solid foundations, and here too the foundation is equality, social justice, a strong and accessible education system, free media, and a vibrant public debate. But we must remember that But democracy is not an endpoint. It's always a process. And it's a process that has to be worked on, and it has to be also defended. But attacks on our values, on our societies, are becoming increasingly cunning as hybrid methodologies evolve rapidly. We must do the same. In the Nordics, we can also here share lessons learned with each other. The European and also the Nordic countries are members, and also the European Centre of Excellence of Countering Hybrids has been put together for this reason. Ukraine is playing an increasingly important role in Nordic cooperation in the neighbourhood. The Nordic region is leading the way to supporting Ukraine. This support is in our interest. It is also rooted in our shared values. The Nordic region has always been a strong advocate and defender of international rules-based order. Ukraine is fighting for its right to self-determination, but also for the whole of Europe and the rules-based world order, which today is being challenged in so many nefarious ways. And finally, dear Nordic friends, the world today is very much about forces, about the struggle of powers, of wills, the struggle for prestige, about being right, to look like a winner. In this game, the Nordic voice cannot be the strongest. It is not even worth testing it. That has never been our ambition. But tonality, the tone is more than volume. The Nordic tradition is to try to offer ways out and solutions. I'm convinced that reconciliatory, solution-oriented messages have staying power still today. I'm also convinced that the Nordic mission is to build bridges, to loosen up the knots of prestige, to find ways forward. And finally, if one wants to find timeless formulations and good advice for major current needs, you really need to go further than children's literature. We recall what Astrid Lindgren's character Pippi Longstocking proclaimed in a moment of victory in a story. Quote, "He who is very strong must also be very kind," end quote. Perhaps this is Villacola's secret export product is, which will one day reach the very pinnacle of world politics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And please remain standing at the rostrum. We're open for rejoinders and comments from the rostrum to my right. Remember to turn on your microphone every time you take the floor, and there's a step there, so don't trip, please. And we will see on the screen who has the floor and who is in line. 1 minute for both the rejoinder and the reply. Please stick to the 1 minute so that as many speakers as many can take the floor. I feel like a parliamentarian. Okay. Henrik Möller from the S Group has the floor. And thank you, Mr. President. We have read that the president has visited another president, and that was to play golf. And I just wonder what your handicap is. Well, in that context, we've also heard that there were sold some icebreakers, and Might they have something to do with the Greenland? Speculations have been. Is it for the takeover of Greenland? Well, I know it's April 1st, but we have heard the comments on. But what I would like to ask you is, Mr. President, you mentioned it briefly, the Nordics' role in NATO, Europe, and the EU, which where we seem to draw ever closer all these bodies. Thank you, Henrik. I stopped playing golf in 1990, so I don't know what my handicap would be now. That was 0. But today, with the clubs that we play in Florida, it was pretty well. But I was happy that I was on the same team as the president, because he usually wins then. And we did. The icebreakers and will have no links at all. This was from Trump that he said that they need icebreakers to work in the Arctic areas. And the idea is that Russia has 48, and in principle, the US have 0. So it's important that we help the US in this question. What about Greenland? Greenland is part of the Danish kingdom, and their future is to be decided only by them. And I think we'll be able to manage this, even though there's quite a lot of noise now. The Nordic's role is very strong, and we were going to stay together in every difficult question. Thank you. Rodana Delgado Varas from the Nordic Left. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. President Stubb, welcome to the Nordic Council, a council that covers 8 countries. And in these times, it's more important than ever to stay together, united, and respect the world regime made up of rules. I'd like to know what the President thinks of the international law as to Greenland's right to autodetermination and compare that to Israel's genocide in Palestine. Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's a strong part of the Nordic councils, that we have different groups here, and that's why we talk a lot about Finland having the presidency or in this council now. The rule of order internationally, I think that is what the basis of all international policy. It's based on strong international institutions and laws based on agreement between national states, but also on the agreement on their integrity, autonomy, right to self-determination. That, of course, applies directly to Greenland and also to Israel. What I would like to, I think you can say that the situation in the Middle East is more complicated than the situation that we have in Ukraine right now. In each of these situations, we have to respect the international rules. Thank you. Thank you very much. Joni Ovaska has the floor, and then Sharon Ottosson.
Tack, Herr President.
Thank you, Mr. President. About Greenland, I think that how can you be stronger in your defense of Greenland and also at the mental level when we stand together in the Nordics? What role do you see for the Nordic institutions and the basic work that has been going on in the entire post-war period? Thank you. Thank you, Joni. But about Greenland, I think the first thing is that we have to ask in which way can we best support Denmark and Greenland. And with my diplomatic experience, I cannot envision Denmark or Greenland being able to handle would be able to handle the situation better than what they've done. There's a diplomatic way of managing this. It's being calm, even if it feels difficult. Denmark's Prime Minister and Greenland's Prime Minister have handled the situation very well. Now we should be calm, take it slowly, and convince all those who have spoken on the issue that it is not in their interest. It will not pay off, and the Nordic role right now, not only in the post-war period, but also now, is very important. We can all bring forward the message, for example, to the administration of the US on different levels, where you have to be calm, and then we'll find solutions. As I said earlier, Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark, and their future is to be decided exclusively by Greenlanders.
Tack, då välkomnar jag.
Källarnotensen from the middle group. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the President of Republic. And it is quite liberating in these days to hear a statesman speech. And this was a statesman speech, and it was quite clear that the President knows where he is. He ticked all the boxes with the confidence and the trust. The Nordic gold, you also asked something like, when are we at the best? Well, it is when we are united and strong. And we saw during the previous crisis, the pandemic, that we were not united and strong, but we found together, we did unite. Now, with these contacts that you have with the prime ministers of their country is important, but even more important is to make differences. Do you believe that you have made steps where in times of crisis that can be worse? Have we taken steps so that in the next crisis we'll not again close borders and make Nordic cooperation even more difficult? Well, as to the pandemic, I will not take a standpoint. But as the war in Ukraine, I would think I should say I've never felt more Nordic. As I already said, I've never seen a stronger unit. Norway has worked very strongly for Sweden and Finland to become members of NATO. In my practical life today, there's not a single day in the week when I'm not in contact with one of my Nordic colleagues. We meet, we call, we send emails and messages, we coordinate, we have joint meetings. And it would be hard for me to say that this should not continue. Finland, for example, is an island in principle because of the Baltics. If it's blocked, there's only one way out, and that's via Sweden and Norway. That's why we're investing very much in defense cooperation. Therefore, it's important that we're all in the same group in NATO, in Nordfond, and it's Nordic defense cooperation. Well, about the pandemic, closing the borders, well, those were decisions I did not take part in. I hope we never have to do that again. Never have to take that decision in the future. Thank you. Bryndis Haraldsdotter will have the floor from the Conservative Group, and then Angelica Bengtsson. May I speak in Icelandic? Do you think I understand it?
Kæra þakkir fyrir svona inspiraða og bjartsýnisræðu.
Yes, Madam President, thank you for this inspiring speech in a time which is for us in the Nordic Council is quite complex times. And you mentioned something which I'd like to ask about. Here in the Nordic Council, we talk a lot about peace and security in the Arctic region. And we've talked about 8 countries in the Nordic Council, the Nordic family, and how important it is that we keep together. Now, the US ally in NATO has started to be quite difficult for us in conjunction with Greenland. It's a little bit special, and I'd like to ask, do you think that the US still is a good ally, an ally that we can rely on and trust in within NATO when it comes to defense cooperation? Do you see a possibility that we would be able to have a Nordic army?
Okay. I'll answer this one in English and then the next one in Finnish. I think it's a very relevant question. I think there are these moments in world history when the international order changes. I think that change, like we saw after World War I, after World War II, and after the Cold War. And I think the change actually began with the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine. As far as the United States is concerned, there are always presidents in the history of the US that change the direction of the country. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the New Deal, Ronald Reagan, Reaganomics, and I think actually President Trump 2016 and America First. We saw some of that America First also during the Biden administration in the form of the IRS. Now we're seeing sort of the next level of it. And I think it's always good to be realistic, so we have to understand that the transatlantic relationship is changing, and then we have to ask ourselves, okay, what do we do about it? I think we should do two things. One is we forged good bilateral relations with the US, and we, each five of us, can do that separately. We have something to give. And the second one is then to make sure that the US stays engaged in NATO. And from what I have heard, and from my discussions also with the President over 7 hours in Florida on Saturday, I don't see any indication from serious people that the US would leave NATO. And I think this is a base case that we need to start with. But my basic message is, change is always difficult. Change is sometimes scary. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, what am I going to do in the middle of that change? Right now, I believe strongly that we need to engage with America to make sure that it doesn't go in the wrong direction.
Tack. Då välkomnar vi upp Anja.
Thank you. And next speaker is Angelica Bengtsson from Nordic Freedom. And also after that we have Hallering Nogad. You can prepare for taking the floor.
Tack, och jag vill också tacka.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank you for the very statesman-like speech that we're able to hear here today. It is not too often that we hear that in our times today. So thank you very much for that. And I was also wanted to ask two questions. One is about defense. We all talk more about defense and our security. We often talk about that, but I'd like to ask the Finnish president how he deems that Nordic cooperation, Nordic Defence Union within NATO, now that we are all members in that forum. Because we know our region best. We know how we best can defend ourselves here in the Nordic region. So how can we strengthen that even more? We've got Nordefco, we've got intense defence cooperation, but can we strengthen it even more through a defence union in NATO? That's my first question. And then something completely different, perhaps, that we don't talk about very much, but the Nordic values. Nordic gold, there's someone that was mentioned here earlier. How can we strengthen our community even more and make it even more attractive, to make it more attractive to live and act in our Nordic region? That is my second question. Thank you. And I'm going to answer in Finnish. Can you listen to that? Well, two very excellent questions. How can we strengthen Nordic cooperation within NATO? I believe that there are three reasons for this, if you like. One is Jeff, which also the Britain and the Baltics are in this, and Holland. We talked about this with the British Prime Minister, and also I think that that Britain has made a return to European cooperation, and the more stronger we can tie them into Nordic cooperation, the better. The other is Nordefco, which you mentioned, and the third is that within NATO's structure, we are part of the whole of Norfolk in the US, and we've also got other means of collaboration. We've got strong collaboration with Norway, Sweden, and Finland, also geographically. But we in the Nordics are within NATO more producers of security rather than the users of defence and security, we have a very strong position in defending the Nordic region, and let us maintain that. And the Nordic values, then, that is what it's all about. That's what it all springs from. Now, when it is stormy in the world, and it's so important that we maintain, keep to our basic values: democracy, our freedoms, freedom of speech, openness, and also the rule of law, protectors of minorities. And this is the foundation that makes us Nordics stronger. It is not better models of society than the ones we have. And it is important that this has to be worked on constantly. We are one of the world history's most successful regions due to the fact that our value base is so strong and so free.
Tack så mycket, herr president.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And we're not going to have time for any more replies. We're going to conclude this, and a warm thank you to the President. And I've also heard that it is the President's birthday today. So I would suggest that I propose that when the President is, that we will have a happy birthday. Well, there's 57 is the new 27, I think.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. President. Happy birthday to you.
Well, I must say that my father lives with Pirkko Mannola, who is a very well-known singer, Finnish singer, and she is 86, and she's sort of like the Finnish Lil Babs, famous in Sweden. And when she sings "Happy Birthday" to me, she tries to sound like Marilyn Monroe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okej, stort tack för...
A warm thank you for a great exchange. We'll move on now until the next speech, and I will give the floor to Sweden's Minister for Civil Defence, Carl-Oskar Bolin. We're very happy, and we appreciate that you are here with us today. And we're looking forward to your presentation. You have 10 minutes for an initial speech. Yes, thank you, Madam President. And I would also like to thank the President of the Republic for your good opening speech. Friend parliamentarians in the Nordics. It would be good if what remains of the old world in our illusion and in our wishes to still see that it existed. It's high time that we understand that we live in a new paradigm and that our need to adapt to these new times should be at the top of our agendas. Our need to assume a bigger responsibility for our own security and safety is now more current than ever before. That we are now part of the same defense alliance will simplify these efforts naturally. But regardless of what the condition is in the new or old world, one thing remains sure. The Nordic is located where they are, and we need to adapt to the situation at hand, not the situation that we would have liked to see. The Nordic countries are more and share more than just a common geography. We have a deeper sense of community that goes back thousands of years, and we have shared values for our assessment, and we face the world with equal prerequisite. The situation after the end of the Second World War, past the Cold War, and towards these years, we are moving into a new insecure era. This process has been going on for some time. The world around us are more unpredictable and also represents major risks. And at such times, the ties between us need to continue to be strengthened. The Nordic community is a family, and in that family, we have also other friendly countries around the Baltic Sea. Together, we are a geopolitical force to be reckoned with. We need to develop our existing cooperation forms and capabilities to deal with crises across the spectrum. In my area, we have seen the Haga cooperations that was established in 2009. At the beginning, and also in view of the situation at the time, it targeted emergency preparedness during peace times. Sweden has tried to increase the focus through these cooperations on security of supply and also defense preparedness. We hope that the next year we will see a closer cooperation with Nordefco, the Nordic cooperation on defense. Sweden has, after years of detente, tried to arm up our total defense. We recently heard that we will spend 3.5% of our GDP on military defense, but our most recent decisions also showed that we have sub-allocations on the civil defense from 2.7 million per year to 15 billion krona per year to increase and resilience across the Swedish society, including our total defense. It is important to be clear on the fact that war is the dimensioning effect for Swedish civil defense. That also makes us better equipped to deal with crises and emergencies during peacetime, but it also creates a better institutional understanding of the world around us that we also need to tackle in order to deal with any defense issues should the worst situation occur. We have also sent out a new version of this brochure. It's a short manual for how to act and deal with emergencies, or in the worst case, a war should come across our country. Why are we doing this? That is because the bottom of the Swedish total concept has been so that everyone with the expertise to assist must pitch in if there is an armed attack. And this is also a change of perspective, because the peacetime emergencies and crises that was the focus of détente, where the society would save the individuals in times of crisis. But if you have an attack, then it's that the individuals must, at worst, also help save society. And this requires everyone in the Swedish society have an understanding about it, and also what expectations there are to me as an individual, and what do I need to do in order to have the energy, the power, and the resilience to contribute to defending Sweden. We have now taken a long series of actions to translate the funds that we are now allocating to actual capabilities. We are now also reactivating the civil duty in addition to conscript duty. And we have especially trained persons in municipal services to build up an emergency and rescue service that is not only dimensioned for peacetime accidents, but are also capable of dealing with the war, the requirements of war. This will also introduce new requirements for training, for expertise, and training. And this also poses major challenges. And all of this are built on the experiences from Ukraine. We invest in more robust electricity supply and the capacity to also operate in emergency services in order to also create redundancy and robustness in our energy supplies. We wanted to strengthen the security of supply and also deepen public-private partnerships. We have already come quite far when it comes to the security of supply of healthcare products, because during the pandemic we saw how poorly we were prepared, and also how short our stocks were. We are building a new cybersecurity center. And that is because the cyber domain is the upcoming domain for the total defense of the future. We need to be able to deal with antagonism and hate in all these. And we also need to defend critical infrastructure. For example, there is a need to also protect sub-water reservoirs, has also been made clear recently. In short, all of these actions concerned building up deterrence. We need to show that we are strong, that we will stay strong if we apply our common values in this work. And when you have come together here and chosen this topic that you have for this session, and that is because that the issues are there and they are where they should be, namely on the agenda. It was my great pleasure to attend your dinner last night, and some things stood out very clear, just like today, namely the need for this forum as an institution to get to know each other. Because before you need each other, you need to have gotten to know each other. And in this work, all of you here make up a very strong force, because you need to ensure close ties. And I would also like to reinforce what the President said. The strength of the Nordic community is more important than for a long, long time. And with these words, I would like to thank you for choosing to discuss and debate these issues now. And I'm now prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Stort tack, Carlos.
Thank you very much, Carlos Noblin, the Swedish Minister of Civil Defence. And it was, you can just remain in the rostrum and we will proceed in the similar way. We have an opportunity for replies and they are taken up here at the rostrum. You lift the red card and then also show your number to the Secretariat, and you have 1 minute for reply and 1 minute for also answer to that. And you have to remember to put on the microphone as well. And we will start then with Johan Dahl from the Centre Group, and after that Tobias Drevland Lund can prepare.
Tack för ett gott inlägg. Jag kommer från Färöarna och vi är inte.
Hello, thank you. I come from the Faroe Islands. I'm not part of the Haga cooperation, but it's also positive for us to participate in the community in terms of self-sufficiency and safeguarding of critical infrastructure in the Nordics. I would like to ask if you and Finland would also like to contribute to the Faroe Islands and other smaller regions in the Nordics will be covered just as well as the rest of the Nordic countries when it comes to emergency preparedness and securing infrastructure and security of supply. Thank you. Thank you for an excellent questions. My pointing of departure is, from the Swedish perspective, is that the Hagen cooperation would be good to see some expansion, and that maybe include even the Baltic states and Poland, because we basically share the same point of departure, we share the same geography, and there is a strength, quite simply, in order to expand the cooperations. And that also includes the security of supply within the circle of territories that share the great geographical location.
Thank you very much. And then it's Tobias Drevland Lund from the Nordic Green Left, and after that, Annette Holmberg Jansson.
President, minister, kära politiska vänner. I en utrygg värld.
It is true the interpreters do not have a microphone. President, ministers, dear Nordic friends, at times like these, it's more important than ever that the Nordic countries stand together in emergency preparedness when it comes to strengthening our infrastructure and to strengthen the military and civil cooperation. At a time when we live in a world of uncertainty, it's also important to stand up for what we know works the best in our countries, namely our welfare states. And my question to the minister is if he thinks it is important to protect the welfare states in our Nordic countries, to allow us that we have trust in each other, that we stand together, and that we also cooperate, since we top all the rankings, which makes that we are the best countries to live in.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My understanding is that just as the President of the Republic mentioned, that the Nordic model entails a strong such component, and it is a contributing factor to why we have been so successful. But our understanding is also that the specific and exact formulation of the welfare state and its extent has to be a national thing to decide, for every country to decide, and but I think it has a lot of importance as to how and how our societies themselves how they comprise this factor. Thank you very much, and I welcome Annette Holmberg Jansson from the Conservative Group, and after that, Johan Andersson. In a time where total defense and civil preparedness is important. It's natural that the Nordic countries deepen their economies. And the minister talked about the important Haga collaboration where Nordic countries work together to strengthen also the resilience of society when it comes to critical infrastructure and also services. On this background, I'd like to ask a question which is like my fair island colleagues. Why is Åland outside the Haga collaboration? Åland is part of the cooperation but does not have the access to the structures that the Haga collaboration affords. At the same time, we have the archipelago society that the minister talks about, which is if there's a crisis, then we will very quickly be affected. To give the Åland a role would be a natural step to strengthen all of the Nordic civil preparedness. We don't need less cooperation, but we need more cooperation.
Tack.
Thank you. And I share the understanding that we need more collaboration. I cannot give a specific answer as to why Åland is not part of since the Haga collaboration was started in 2009. I think in principle, I think it's good to cooperate over borders and geographies, but I think we'd have to have a strengthened collaboration between Sweden and Finland, which share large and important geography in the Baltic Sea area. We took a step towards bilateral cooperation under the Swedish-Finnish meeting in September, government's meeting in September. And I hope that we have an opportunity to continue to develop the opportunities for this kind of cooperation. Thank you very much.
Tack så mycket. Jag ska upplysa alla.
Thank you. I would like to inform you all that we have lost the internet connection that applies throughout the room. So therefore, we ask you to ask for the floor manually and ensure that all parties are also represented on the rostrum. Here, next speaker, representing the Center Group. Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Carl-Oskar Bolin for your speech. My question is the least topical of all the Nordics. This is the security of supply of food products. We have discussed this in the Swedish Parliament, and there's also a work undertaken in Sweden, but it's very important for other Nordic countries too. We have a rather low security of supply today, and this becomes more topical ahead, and especially also in the light of high food prices that we see all over the Nordics, but also which initiatives, which incentives that we can take, and what do you see on this part, and also the Council of Ministers regarding an agreement on the security of supply? Thank you, Madam President. I share your view that Sweden should increase its security of supply and self-sufficiency, and that would also mean that we need to strengthen agriculture and food production. What we cannot produce during peacetime, we will certainly not be able to produce when the conditions are more disrupted. And in the Parliament, we have dealt with this in a way that we have the Minister of Agriculture, Peter Kullgren, is dealing with agricultural issues. But of course, we work very closely on this because 1.6 billion krona in the food industry to build a more robust agricultural production, to have emergency stocks and similar. Having said all this, I would probably also make you aware that sometimes we need to look at self-sufficiency along with the balance of trade, because food production is also very substitutable when it's about eating enough calories, we can do that. But of course, I mean, you may survive on eating Parmesan only, but I mean, you would like to eat a bit more varied diet. But we may not have to accept that we will not be able to produce everything we need, so that we need to maintain supply chains even during times of crisis. But we do need to strengthen part of our production that will ensure us to produce enough calories to survive. Thank you.
Då är det Juha Eerola från Nordisk Frihet. Och där
Thank you. And then Juha Eerola from Nordic Freedom, and after that, Katrin Kleveland. Thank you, Madam President. And I'd like to ask my question in Finnish, and it means that perhaps you need to have your headsets. As you mentioned, the last years we've had to get used to the fact that our dear Baltic Sea, the cables are being broken, and sometimes we don't know who the culprit is, but often it has come to light that it has been either a Chinese or the Russian Shadow Fleet vessel that has dropped an anchor that has then been dragged along the bottom of the sea. But of course, already these vessels have already without any kind of anchors would have posed a threat to the environment. And are larger than they should be in this area. But the Nordics in the last years have very well being able to catch these culprits. But what I'm concerned about, that we haven't been able to prevent these damages. What is your view as to how the Nordics could better together prevent this sabotage in the Baltic Sea? Thank you for a very good question. Madam President, I would like to say that one of the prerequisites for this is to improve the work with a common process of the Baltic Sea together. I yesterday visited the Finnish border control authorities, who have close cooperation with the Swedish coastal guard. But this collaboration and the sharing of intelligence, we should deepen this even more. As I can see, Sweden has given the Swedish Coast Guards and the Swedish Marines, have tasked them with working even closer together in order to chart out the situation in the area and strengthen their work. And one of the foundations of it is that to show the actors that are either through carelessness or other reasons are then create this kind of damage, and to make sure that they know that they are under a loop and they're being controlled and watched. And then one can also prevent these things by having a very quick exchange or a chain of information. Let's take, for example, the event that happened in the Gulf of Finland with the Eagle S vessel. There they managed, thanks to a very quick action from Finnish authorities, they managed to prevent and for that further underwater infrastructures would be damaged through their quick action. We have a similar situation in Sweden, whereby we managed to prevent a vessel also from going forward and prevent continued damages to underwater infrastructure. This shows the importance of having a good image of what is happening in the sea area, and good cooperation, and also act as a deterrent power, and also to prevent also careless behavior, hopefully before it also happens. Thank you.
Då ger jag replik.
And then I would give the floor to Katrin Kleveland from the Centre Group, and after that, Dagbjörn Takanov, McDottir.
Gode minister.
Minister President, the Nordic Council, thank you for your speech on emergency preparedness. Food is the most important thing when in times of crisis. In Norway, the government has now updated the security of supply in Norwegian homes for 7 days, but we don't have proper emergency plans for public kitchens. But you have arranged that, as you also mentioned in your speech. Can you tell us a bit about the way you currently work together and how the Nordics can work better and improve their cooperations when it comes to security of supplies, both in Norwegian households and also when it comes to emergency stocks of seed grain and other grains, to mention some? Thank you, Madam President. This is an important question, and we're now taking steps to deal with these issues in a better way. We have not fully resolved the matter, but we have required our citizens to be able to fend for themselves for 7 days. We also require that public services and enterprises should also take more responsibility for their own security of supply. But like you said, we haven't really succeeded in achieving this in full. But the funds that we now allocate to emergency preparedness and security of supply of foodstuffs will be used, for example, on input factors for agriculture, but also other key staples. But there are different prerequisites for all the Nordic countries, but there are also opportunities for us all to work closer together in terms of preparedness. We have a bilateral agreement that was entered into between Finland and Sweden during the Finnish-Swedish sessions in September, and Norway can also enter into an agreement with the other countries because we share geography and therefore we also share some of the preconditions to help each other. Thank you.
Tack, välkommen upp då.
Thank you. And then there's Dagny Doctor from the Social Democratic Group, and after that, Eva Biador.
Forseti og ráðherra. Ég skal tala på
Madam President, I will speak Icelandic, but the minister. But I come from Iceland, and naturally, we understand how important it is when there are times of crisis that you have preparedness, and we have no experience of military preparedness. But of course, we've had earthquakes and volcano eruptions, several of them which have affected entire towns. And we want to ask the minister how we're going to prevent people who are outside of society, of communities, will they not be left outside when the crisis comes? It's important that those who are marginalized are not left outside, because the president said how important it is that we're talking about the Nordic gold trust, and that and there's no one can show resilience who don't believe in themselves. But those who are marginalized, they perhaps will continue to be so when there are times of crisis. I'd like to hear what the minister thinks about this.
Stort tack för frågan.
Thank you for the question, Madam President. This is, of course, a very broad question that perhaps would take an entire speech, but I think the most vulnerable in society, for them to have help and be included also in a difficult crisis or, in the worst case scenario, war, then the rest of the population need to carry out what says in this brochure, that everyone who can take responsibility during normal circumstances, who are not marginalized in normal circumstances, also must feel and take responsibility because there is more limited capacity to certainly in society, and they will also be able to have help. Those who need help will have help. Thank you, and I welcome Eva Biodor from the Centre Group. You have the floor, and after that, Staffan Eklöf. Madam President, Ministers, friends, my question fits very well into this after the previous question, because I also was going to ask a little about how others think about other threats, for example, physical violence or conflicts or military. I'm thinking more, but I'm also thinking about the climate or disinformation. And I know that in Sweden there's also work for psychological defense. How well have they managed to look at that? Because there are all sorts of there are conspiration theories and also trust in our institutions. When those are being eroded, many people are saying that was it wise of us to close schools during the pandemic, for example? How well prepared are we when it comes to other threats, and not just military threats, but other threats? But what about this? How well does this psychological defense work?
Thank you for very good questions. Madam President, as I mentioned in my initial speech, if you have the prerequisites to deal with the most difficult crisis, we have defined that as armed attack, which would place our society intersectorally under so much pressure, then we will also be better prepared to deal with the crisis. What we are doing now is to strengthen our ability to tackle crises in different ranges of the spectrum. What you're saying about influencing information is also part of the large spectrum of threats. Even today, we see how foreign actors, state and state-supported players act towards Sweden in information circles in order to harm Swedish interests. And therefore, as you correctly said, since 2022, we have re-established the Authority for Psychological Defense so that they can ensure that the Swedish government and other authorities have the right tools to deal with it. It is also important to say that this is not just meant to be a kind of a police the public discourse and other information exchanges, but they target foreign actors who harm Swedish interests. And one example that has stood out is the campaign, the information influence campaign against the social services that has been waged from Islamistic circles from outside of Sweden to create distrust, to alienate Swedish authorities from the rest of the population by spreading lies. This has been one of the campaigns that our authority has then been able to work to defend and protect. This will not be any less important going forward, quite the opposite. Thank you. Thank you. Then we pass the floor to Staffan Eklund, Nordic Freedom, and then next speaker, be ready, please. I will speak in Swedish. Thank you, Madam President, and to the Minister for a thought-provoking and good speech. I'm here thinking about the importance of deterrence in terms of our overall defense. When I was in the army quite a long time ago, then we looked more like a hedgehog. And anyone who has tried to feed a hedgehog knows that it can also bite. So we also need offensive capabilities to defend ourselves. Maybe just defense capabilities will not be enough, particularly if we are to defend each other. I wonder how the minister's thoughts are regarding offensive capabilities, both military but also in terms of cyber attacks. Thank you, and thank you for very good questions, Madam President. If we limit ourselves to the cyber domain, then it is my opinion that in Sweden, at least historically, but for a long time, we have perhaps distinguished too much between cyber defense and attack. These are two activities that we need to work with in a more cohesive way. That's why we have now built a new cybersecurity center that will be under the military radio agency. They were also responsible for signal intelligence. And we do that because the need to detect and understand foreign threat actors also impact the need to strengthen our society and the capability we get with a new cybersecurity center will not only pave the way for a more active cyber defense, but also for better cyber security, because these are two aspects of the same thing. And the cybersecurity center, we place that hierarchically in a way that it makes that it can help both to Sweden's cyber security and defense. Lauren Delgado from Nordic left, to be followed by Eva Lind.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, one of the foundations for civil defense is democracy, and then it means that not to give room to extreme right powers. And when I look at what's happening in the U.S. today, you don't need to look there to understand that. And despite this, then many representatives of the Swedish government and their share disinformation from known extreme right voices in social media. How does the minister thought about working with that kind of disinformation when it is not just contributes to sharing false information, but also undermines the building of democracy and trust for politicians? Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, I think it's important to make a distinction, and is what I also made during another answer I made, that we don't use, for example, our authority for psychological defense for a building of internal opinion in Sweden. We don't use our authorities towards our own constituents. That would have been a strange order of play. But we use those people have voted in general free elections in Sweden, and that means that it's important to stand for and also for it and authorities do that to ensure that we can ensure our elections without undue effect against our election system. But then basically it is about that those who are elected, that politicians who are elected politicians within the purview of the law have to take responsibility for how they behave. Thank you. Thank you. And then Eva Lind from the Social Democratic Group, and after that, Katarina Derman. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Minister, dear colleagues. I would like to underscore that right now I'm not talking just from the S Group, but also for the whole Welfare Committee for the Nordic Council, because we can see that to build up a common or a total defense is also important. It's important that we then also build common Nordic structures, and there we want to underscore a focus on when it comes to health and sickness care, and also preparedness when it comes to medications, vaccines, preparedness of medical preparations products is extremely important. We want to see more focus on that. We think it's important that we also together collaborate, because we can see that we are stronger together. We'll be stronger together, through doing common things between our countries in the Nordics. Then we can also become stronger together, also in our total defense. And then my question to the minister is: how does the Council of Ministers and the minister himself also see on strengthening this part of total defense? Thank you. Thank you for a good question. Madam President, my understanding, and I have mentioned it before, that there are prerequisites for deepening. For example, Haga cooperation in this area. There is also room for more bilateral agreements in this area. But basically, we have to build on a common will to take steps forward in this area. In Sweden, historically, it has been an underdeveloped question, and we are now taking big steps to be able to get forward on this issue. And the question of whether it's also the same common direction from other Nordic countries. Finland stands out, which as the country which has probably come the furthest with supply preparedness, and because it was never dismantled during what we sometimes call the strategic timeout, that period when Sweden dismantled its total defense. And I recall in April, I'm going to in April lead a delegation with the Swedish group for the industry with Finland, also to try to sit down and discuss how the work is progressing, how we can deepen cooperation with Finland, and if there is interest from other Nordic countries, then that would be very good in order to deepen this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Katarina Deremar from the Centre Group. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Minister, for an interesting speech. I ask for the floor to discuss food production with the Minister, but two of my former colleagues have already done that. So I thought that I would change my focus. But again, I would like to strengthen that this is an incredibly important question in order for us to actually survive in times of crisis or war. But there's also another important element in our societies, namely our children. I would like to ask the Minister, how do you think and how do you work to inform children and the young people at a level where you don't scare them, but where you actually still prepare them? Because sometimes it's also difficult for parents to formulate answers. For example, if they ask if war is coming to Sweden or if we will be affected by war in the Nordic region. How do you ministers discuss these matters? How do you intend us to inform our children about these matters? Thank you for a good question. And, Madam President, sometimes, well, you will see in this brochure that is sent to households that talks about this matter. We need to talk to children about what the situation is like. There is no intrinsic value in trying to talk about this in the in grander words, because they sense if there's a dissonance between what you say and the situation at hand. Talk to the children, but also offer some security to them, because I think that is the way to address this matter. And this is also what we try to say in our brochure. And of course, the reason for this is that the population at large needs to be informed about what the situation in the world look like. And that's why we've also updated the brochure to reflect and mirror the current political situation. Of course, there may be quick fluctuations that we're now seeing, but it's also important that elected politicians need to tell it as it is. Thank you. Next speaker is the last in this debate, and that is Kim Berg from the Social Democratic Group. Yes, I will ask my questions in Finnish. Madam President, Minister, Eva Lind asked a question that I intended to put as well, but maybe I can expand a bit. Today we talk a lot about military preparedness, and therefore it's just so important that we also address civil preparedness. It is incredibly important to have the total security in the Nordics. The health and hospital network is important. If case of war, and when we've also seen how Russia wages a war against Ukraine, then our hospital network would have a very important role to play in times of war. And we know that civil preparedness is part of what will always and also need to work in times of crisis. Therefore, I would like to ask you a question regarding the Haga cooperation. Have the other Nordic questions discussed in case of an outbreak of war? How can we prepare to ensure that our hospital network will be able to deal with our citizens during times of war? Thank you for very topical questions, Madam President. I would like to start by quoting the Swedish researcher Gudrun Persson. She said on one occasion that Russia is like a hotel thief who goes from one door to the next to see if the door is open, and wherever there's an open door, they enter. And that illustrates the need to build strong, robust societies that can resist influence and hybrid operations and quick attacks. And that is what the Swedish total defense model aims at. But I know that the picture is fairly similar in other Nordic countries. Your question is important in that context, namely how we can deal with, for example, major moves of people across the geography that we have. And the session of the Parliament in September, we signed an agreement to continue to work on the mass injuries, and also how we can deal with major movement of people across borders. And your questions also reflects that and others, because we are serious when we say that we want to build up our resilience and strengthen society so that we can defend ourselves. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you, Sweden's Minister for Civil Defense, Carl-Oskar Bolin. I think that this exchange has been very good, and we've shared important experiences. I tend to say that the best to build up your own civil protection is to get to know your neighbor, regardless of who your neighbor is. It's important to know him or her, and this has also is one of the takeaways that we can take with us from this debate. Thank you. And I wish you the best of luck on your continued discussions and debate. Thank you. Before we move on to the next item, I propose that we have a short break. Maybe we stretch our legs and go outside for a bit of air, but we will continue at 10:40. 10:40. Then we will continue our debate. Welcome back. The time is 10:40, and I want us to get started again. So please take your seats as soon as possible. And while you walk over, then the Wi-Fi network is up and running. But in order to use it, you need to then leave the network and then reconnect in order for it to work. All right. We'll now move to our international guests, and we're looking forward to hearing their presentations on this theme. And there are also possibilities to ask for the floor for replies. And I would like to start by giving the floor to Timo Suslov, who is Vice President of the Baltic Assembly. You have the floor.
Dear President, dear colleagues, and close friends from the Nordic Council. It is my great pleasure to be here. Sorry. Is it working? Is it working? Yes. Okay. It is my pleasure to here representing the Baltic Assembly at your session, which is dedicated to security and preparedness. The brutal reality of the Russian invasion of Ukraine serves as a reminder that peace and stability cannot be taken for granted. It has not only devastated Ukraine, but also cast a dark shadow over our region, highlighting our shared vulnerability and urgent need for unity and enhanced security cooperation. In the face of these challenges, the partnership between Nordic Council and the Baltic Assembly has never been more vital. Our cooperation priorities for 2024 to 2026 clearly outline our commitment to a comprehensive foreign and security policy, with a focus on cybersecurity and resilience against this disinformation. So we will continue to stand united in our support for Ukraine. The Baltic Assembly is also actively working and changing Baltic security and preparedness. This year, our Security and Defense Committee is focusing on key areas such as maritime cybersecurity, which is a critical concern given the geopolitical importance of the Baltic Sea. Furthermore, we are dedicated to promoting the cooperation of the military industries. Example, from our companies in Estonia, they have idea to form a defense industry union of the Baltic Sea countries. So this is my good opportunity to invite all the Nordic military companies to join that idea. To conclude, the resilience of the Baltic-Nordic region in facing geopolitical challenges is rooted in our unity. By working together, strengthening our preparedness, and staying committed to our shared democratic values, we can ensure a secure future for our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finns det några repliker?
Are there any questions and no requests?
Ordet till
And now to Alfons Röbom from the...
The floor is yours.
Alfons Röbom for the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference. The floor is yours, sir. Honourable Chair, I'm going to speak Swedish. Dear colleagues, friends, it is a great pleasure to be here in Helsinki today and participate in this timely and forward-looking theme session. I bring warm Greetings on behalf of the Baltic Parliamentary Conference, BSPC. Stronger unity, a new era for Nordic security and preparedness. This title could not be more fitting. I can say that these are questions that echo the priorities of the recent discussions of the BSPC in our standing committee and in our working group on energy security, self-sustainability, resilience and connectivity. We welcome the background document to this meeting, which underscores the importance of the vulnerability of infrastructure. There are also questions that are reflected in our resolution for 2024, which was taken in Helsingør. This resolution calls for enhanced cooperation to counter disinformation and hybrid attacks, areas where the Nordic countries have shown real leadership. I'm glad to be once here again in Helsinki, and we could be able to listen to President Stubb, who talked about the importance of fighting for the rules-based world order, and also to listen to Carl-Oskar Bolin, who also participated in the BSPC conference in Helsinki in August and contributed to a meaningful dialogue then as well. And East Lansbury in the last month at the end. Stefanchuk said that we have a strong support, and I said then democracy is not about the powerful rights, but the people's rights, the right to be heard, to participate, and to form the real future. We want to see a world order where the large and powerful are dancing at other people's cost. And there is no doubt we are united as a wall against everyone who think they can force their wills in with force in opposition to international law. And we support the Nordic Council Presidium statement. BSPC stands behind the Greenland Icelandic people to determine over their own future. Respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and democratic self-determination are non-negotiable. As an Icelandic person, I see every day how lasting peace can be built on dialogue and mutual respect. Åland, with its demilitarization, neutralization, and autonomy, is a good example of peace solution. The world needs more examples of peace, not fewer. We look forward to continue with collaboration with our common goals, not the least at the BSP annual conference in Mariehamn in Åland this summer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone would like to comment? No hands. Thank you so much. Thank you for your speech. I'd like to give the floor to Jon Bergman from the Benelux Parliament.
Okay.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Benelux Parliament and in my capacity as President of the Finance and Mobility Committee of the Benelux Parliament, I would like to express my gratitude to the hosts of the Nordic Council for inviting the Benelux Parliament to the great city of Helsinki. Our structural contacts with the Nordic Council are among the most successful forms of interparliamentary cooperation. I'm honored to be here today for the thematic discussion that focuses on more unity, a new era of Nordic security and preparedness. At its plenary session in December 22, the Benelux Parliament organized a thematic session on defense cooperation. The defense ministers of the Benelux countries then showed how this cooperation could be further developed, not only by sharing of expertise in the field of demining, but also through joint training, cybersecurity cooperation, and joint arms procurement. The session also highlighted the extent to which the urbanization of the North Sea and the presence of critical infrastructure at sea affect maritime security. It illustrates how much we need regional cooperation to secure this infrastructure from external threats. The recommendation voted by the Benelux Parliament at the end of this session needs updating in the light of the current geopolitical events. As Europe's entire security architecture needs to be re-examined and the need to invest in European defenses increases, we should explore how cooperation between regional entities such as Benelux, the Baltic states of the Nordic Council countries can contribute to smarter, better and joint defense investments. As regional entities, we can work together to establish a common defense market to which fair access is guaranteed to our SMEs. In the framework of interregional cooperation, we need to examine to which further cooperation can be developed in the field of interregional defense cooperation and in the field of protection of cyberspace. Preparedness for hybrid and grey zone attacks must become part of our strategic culture. For this reason, the Nordic Council's thematic session is well-timed, and I'm convinced that on this topic, the Nordic countries can give us some solid input. This exchange will contribute to real added value and will inspire the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Benelux Parliament to draft an updated, strong recommendation with substance on the challenges of interregional defense cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Finns det någon som har några repliker på?
Would anyone like to have any comments or replies? Jan Jar has the floor. The West Nordic Council. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, thank you for being able to participate in this important debate today. The West Nordic Council truly appreciates the good cooperation with the Nordic Council, and also thank you to President Stubb and Minister Bolin for their introductory words. Though the Nordic countries are not at war with other countries through traditional military operations, then we are not either living in a time of peace. Either every day we have to fight against hybrid warfare in the form of cyber crime, sabotage and espionage. Cyber crime does not respect traditional borders and therefore need continued international cooperation. An aspect of cybersecurity is security and resilience within a critical infrastructure in the form of, for example, when it comes to underwater cables or cables in the sea. During the last months, there have been incidents with these cables in the Baltic Sea. Both NATO and the EU have proposed measures in order to improve security in the Baltic Sea. West Nordic countries are also vulnerable when it comes to security of the security of these underwater cables, and there is a risk that they will be cut off from the world if such a cable break would happen to their very few cables at sea. Iceland has at present 4 cables, the Faroe Islands 3, and Greenland has only 2, the one to Canada and the other to Iceland. The director for the Greenland's telecom company has therefore called upon for the establishment of one more cable that will connect Greenland and Faroes and Denmark. Present, the West Nordic countries have since 2022 been forced to pay more attention to security and surveillance of their cables at sea. The focus will continue and will be strengthened during coming years. Thank you for the floor. Thank you very much. And we have one request for reply from Johan Dahl. You have the floor. Thank you for a good and relevant words about the West Nordics. And I think that the Nordic Council in areas get far too little attention when it comes to critical infrastructure and to security around our regions. And even though, as was said here today, we have a lot of critical infrastructure that go through the Faroes, through Iceland, and also Greenland, as was said, and we have no statements of the House that we can, how do we should behave or what we should do in times of crisis or war. So I would like to hear from the speaker. How do you feel that we can have this strength and all the Nordic countries to understand the gravity of what's happening, and not just talk about the 5 Nordic countries and the Baltics and others of strategic value, but it's important that we also are taken into account in this cooperation. Thank you.
Varsågod.
You have the floor. Well, thank you. I'm going to now speak Icelandic. What I see as the most important necessary is to strengthen our collaboration in the Nordics, in the area. There's a lot of new drone technology, for example, which I look forward to, where to survey our cablers and to ensure that we can safeguard them, and also that we could maybe do that through common cooperation between the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Då var det replikskiftet avslutat.
And that was the end of those responses to the speaker. We go further in the debate on, and now it is.
Stort tack till alla.
Thanks to all your international guests for your contributions. We continue. And I'll give the floor to the speakers of the party groups. And we'll start with the S group. The speaker is Dagbjört Håkansdottir from Iceland. She will be followed by Joni Ovaska from the M group. Madam President, Honourable Plenary, I'll speak in Icelandic. A strong society is a society in which we can trust each other. And that's something that we have to understand in the same way. It takes such a long time to build trust, but it takes very short time to tear it down. As has been said today, we cannot maintain a society built on trust unless we respect human rights. We all agreed on this. But these are not words that everybody interprets in the same way. They're not just words for solemn occasions, human rights, but they also mean that we can take decisions on an informed basis, that we can trust our institutions, who have to take increasingly difficult decisions as the international situation becomes more complicated. Therefore, it's very important that we support our media. The Nordic media share the common characteristics that they work under increasingly difficult conditions in small language areas. And freedom of the media, of the press, we've scored high in an international scale, and it's important that the media can continue to do professional journalism without having to compete with international tech giants who decide what the population shall receive in terms of information. We see that human rights, it's not something that the tech giants emphasize. Therefore, we cannot wait with supporting press freedom. We must ensure that the media can bloom And we have to work on that continuously in the Nordic Council. Thank you.
Tack så mycket. Då går ordet till Joni Ovaska.
Thank you. Jona Ovaska from the M Group has the floor.
The Centre Group has for a long time called for a foreign and security policy committee in the Nordic Council. We need to build knowledge. We need to get in the Nordic Council parliamentarians who engage themselves with foreign and security policy. There should be no one here who doubts this. The Nordics is an organic unit. We need each other. The Nordic military cooperation has not come out of nothing. Behind that, we have not only a common history, but also decades-long equal cooperation, which expands all parts of politics and society. Such everyday but important cooperation has sometimes been undermined. But the problem is not that the cooperation doesn't work, but it is that it has not. But we have not had ambitious enough goals, and the results have therefore been somewhat minimal. Now it is clear why Nordic cooperation has been taken care of. Decades of multilateral cooperation has not only created strong ties, but also prepared us for the present. The Nordics is such a tight value community that we can gather around a kitchen table without anyone wondering about that. A tight collaboration during peacetime also builds the foundation for cooperation during times of war. Thank you.
Tack så mycket. Och nu går ordet.
Thank you. Bryndis Haraldsdottir has the floor from the K Group, Iceland. Then Lorena Delgado Varas, Nordic Green Left, Sweden. Thank you. And I will speak in Icelandic. Thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to our Finnish hosts for a warm welcome. And I must say that the topic that they have chosen is really relevant to all of us. It's also interesting that we're here in Finland, where you have this long border with Russia, and the threat is very much present. As a person from Iceland and former president of the Nordic Council, where we talked about the Arctic, I think it's important that we do not forget the Arctic and what happens in the high north. The Russians have built up great military forces in the Arctic, and I think that the Nordic countries, we are lagging behind. Therefore, I think we should be deeply worried when the discourse of the other side of the Atlantic has devolved as it has. I think that in the Nordic Council, we are strong if we stand united and we give our opinion on politics in other countries. And I'm happy that we have Mr. President Stubb here. It was a very encouraging speak, and it gives us optimism listening to you, Mr. President, and that's important when we face the challenges that we see. But we also have to remember that there are possibilities, opportunities. Mr. Stubb said that the relationship to the US, which is our biggest ally within the NATO, in which we're all a member, it's important that we let our voice be heard as Nordic politicians. Mr. Stubb also talked about the trust that reigns in Nordic society, and I think we all have to ponder how can we protect this trust. Thank you.
Tack så mycket för det. Och nu...
Thank you very much. And now the floor is the Nordic Green Left, Lorena Delgado Varas, and after that, Alenika Bengtsson from Nordic Freedom. Thank you. We live in a time where security and preparedness are more important than ever before. Climate crisis is increasing, social gaps and insecurity in our world demands us to act together. For us in the Nordic left parties, security is more than military efforts. The real security is built through social equality, sustainable development, and democratic control of our very important societal factors. And we see that also our uncertainty has weakened our preparedness. When the crisis comes, we cannot just rely on the markets. We need public, also owned resources, common responsibility and solidarity between our countries. It's about ensuring that all have access to food, to medication and to shelter, regardless of background or income. We also have to stand for against the powers that are trying to divide us and all of those other powers that threaten not only our societies but also our ability to meet common challenges. Also, the Nordics should be an example for democracy and peace when we together strengthen our resilience to outer threats and also internal splits. And we have to stand for the international law, but in a good way for Greenland, for Palestine, for Ukraine, a stronger civil society, and also a fair climate transition. And more of these issues is the way forward for a secure and united Nordics. And together can we have a new future for the Nordics built on solidarity, fairness and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to Angelica Bengtsson from Nordic Freedom. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President, Madam Chair. Nordic security. I'm so small, so I can hardly see above the rostrum. Preparedness and security. We're at the crossroads. The world is changing rapidly, and therefore we have to look at our strengths, our national sovereignty, Nordic traditional values, and our ability to defend our frontiers. Globalization has weakened our possibility of standing united, but we have to stand united in order to respond to the challenge. We have to respect our own resources and use them. We are all NATO members now, and we should use this opportunity to enter into a Nordic defense union. Secondly, we must ensure that our preparedness is based on Nordic cooperation and values. A proud and strong Nordic builds on our common history, culture, and shared values, and not on supranational directives. We have to protect our own citizens and our own lifestyle. That's our priority. That's how we protect our region. Finally, it's time to strengthen our national identity by protecting our traditions, our language, and our culture. We can build a robust and resilient societal structure. National pride is the basis for a strong defense. It is now more than ever time for Nordic security and preparedness. We have to protect our tradition and strength and independence. That's the basis and the goal. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the spokespersons for the Presidium and the committees. Hallarun Lugadatter is the speaker for the Presidium. You have the floor. And then Veronica Honkasalo.
Það ótrúlega gaman að vera með ykkur hér.
We're living in times where cooperation is extremely important. I'd like to thank our hosts and all of you who have organized this meeting. It's important that we can cooperate in different ways. And I believe that Finland's president has also shown that there are more than one in the diplomacy that have to think about the sports we're good at. So we can use sports in diplomacy. That's what we learned from Mr. Stubb. We're in a challenging time with the situation changes rapidly. We have never seen times like these for generations, and I believe it's important to underline there are several generations who have never lived through times like these. We know that the Nordic countries, that our cooperation is built on trust, that cooperation is important, that our focus and our values are based on cooperation and trust. Within the recent years, we strengthened our defense cooperation with Haka and Nordic, and it proves that we can cooperate in the area of defense. And we all know that the threats that we face are multiple and diverse. And the world has changed tremendously quickly. You can see that in Ukraine, and we can see that in the new administration of the United States. Therefore, revising our agreements is important. The signals that the Nordic Council sends to our governments is that security cannot be separated from our cooperation. And when we talk about infrastructure, a word that has been mentioned several times today, we're looking at several areas. For example, space. We can see that satellites are becoming increasingly important in relation to information sharing within security. We also see that know-how. We see that they use satellites in complex situations, from volcano eruptions in Iceland. We have one in this an example this morning, but also in Ukraine. We know that in our countries, a cooperation about satellites in space will be very important because our countries are so sparsely populated. They're part of our infrastructure, and I think there are many opportunities that we have not explored yet. Greenland, we see that the U.S. and their threats shows that we're in need to stand united. We have to show Greenland that we're one big Nordic family. In addition to cooperating more closely, we also have to remember that our security is based on shared values, and we have to defend these values.
Thank you. I can see no requests for reply, and then we go further. The next speaker is the speaker for Veronica Hankasalo. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair. A strong emergency system is built on a strong society. The resilience, robustness, and resilience of societies rest on fundamental values such as trust, cooperation, and solidarity. Culture and education play a crucial role in strengthening civil preparedness in the Nordic region by empowering society to prevent, manage, and recover from crises. The Nordic cultural cooperation is a key driver and a cornerstone of Nordic cooperation. Through decades of work on cultural and personal insight, the cooperation has created a deep sense of belonging, but has also strengthened wider Nordic cooperation. Cultural cooperation is thus indispensable to ensure continued resilience and cohesion in the Nordic region. The historical and geographical similarities of the Nordic countries allow for exchange of knowledge and sharing of best practices, especially in crisis situations. Therefore, it is crucial that the Nordic countries safeguard cooperation in education and research and actively work to remove border obstacles in these areas. New cooperation in education and research should also be actively developed in order to strengthen security and preparedness work in the Nordics. Dear friends, we have to care for our young people and children better. According to the fresh Finnish barometer, youth barometer, young people's faith in the future has gone down considerably. Children and young people, they will have to live with the consequences of the decisions that we adults make today. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you. There are no replies. The next spokesman. Growth and Development spokesperson. Thank you. With many things we can be proud of in the Nordic family, our cooperation is strong. It is solidly grounded and it has based on shared values. But let's be honest, as to transport and infrastructure, we have for too long been satisfied with everyone pulling in their own direction, and a quilt of different initiatives. But the Nordic cooperation works wonderfully when everything is as usual. But as soon as we have a storm, then the countries look homewards. When the crisis is on, it is more important to find your own solutions and save your own skin instead of standing united as a common shared Nordic power. In the pandemic, we saw that. We have to learn from this, draw the necessary lessons. In a crisis, we have to keep ports and trains and roads working. Now, what does it help them? We had wonderful informal meetings 3 years ago about informal cooperation, but the dark shadows fall over our country. It's not sufficient to have good ideas and good speeches. It says that the Nordic countries shall cooperate in. That's self-evident. And even yesterday, up until yesterday, we thought here in Finland, they have understood it, because in the present governmental platform, it says that they shall work to introduce a new council for infrastructure. But in the meeting yesterday, we heard that that no longer applies from the Finnish delegate. So what has the Nordic Council of Ministers legitimacy in crisis if they cannot cooperate on neither security and defense nor transport and everything? We have to stop believing that things will solve themselves. We need a powerful transport cooperation with a strong political direction, and we need it now.
Thank you very much. I can see no requests for reply. We go further on the list. We now give the floor to the spokesperson for the Committee for a Sustainable Nordic Region. It is Eva Benninger. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Nordic friends, we live in turbulent times. The security policy situation with the Russians, all more illegal invasion, war of invasion against Ukraine, is serious. At the same time, we are in a time where the U.S. relation to Europe is changing, something which means new challenges. In these times, our close friends become even more important, and our Nordic cooperation makes us stronger together. I speak today for the Committee for a Sustainable Nordics, and we want to underscore that even if we now have a military security policy problem, which takes up a lot of our focus and time, we also need to have the opportunity to see the total extent of the threat to our societies. Climate changes and the loss of biological diversity is not only an environmental problem, they are two of our time's largest security policy challenges. It's not only about melting glaciers and increasing sea levels and forest fires, but about that resources are less, and also droughts which threatened our foodstuffs supply, ecosystems which is collapsing, people that have to flee their areas. All this increases tension between countries and risks enforcing and worsening conflicts. And also an antagonist can also use these crises for their own purposes. The Nordics must therefore strengthen their cooperation to meet these challenges together. It takes also efforts from all of our countries, and that we have to stand for the climate and biological diversity on the international arena. The Baltic Sea is an example where we have to act together to protect also and manage the resources and meet the security policy challenges. We also have to look at the Arctic region, which is also very, very threatened by the climate changes, and the consequences also has that geopolitical interest in it. In order to have security and stability in the future, we have to look at the existential threats which require that we together stand strong and create a Nordics which is where also security and sustainability go hand in hand. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't think anyone has asked for the floor. The next speaker, representative from the Nordic Youth Council, that is Alexander Winge. You have the floor. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. That we live in difficult times cannot have escaped anyone, but to my generation, this is something completely new. We were born, as you know, in the times of eternal peace. The Cold War was over, and we started disarming. Now, this deep peace is over, and we're in a situation that my generation has never seen. But during these years that we've lived, we have seen other developments: digitization, technology, IT. We completely depend on digital infrastructure for quite simple things such as shopping, food, and read messages from the government. A cyber attack would mean that major parts of our society will stop functioning. Despite this, we hardly talk about this. We talk almost exclusively about military aspects, while we have an equal need for a strong cyber defense and cooperation in the field of cyber. So to the Nordic Youth Council, we want to see a stronger cooperation in cyber defense, and we hope that you parliamentarians see the need for cooperating on this matter. It will be incredibly important in the new world that we're facing, that the Nordics also stand united in this area and can handle the challenges that we face in the area of cyber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And from the Youth Council. And now we have the debate goes further with one more presentation. That is the floor to, I give the floor to Liz Mattsson from the Centre Group. Madam Chair, our dear Nordic friends, in a restless world where peaceful solutions are often far away, there's an example in the middle of our region which deserves a global attention. It is Åland. In the vision of stronger Nordic unity, especially in the field of security and preparedness, there is reason to pause before the example of Åland. Åland is not just a beautiful archipelago in the middle of the Baltic Sea. It is a living proof of that international agreements can be both robust and peace-building over time. The demilitarization and neutralization of Åland is not symbolism, it is reality. Thanks to the Åland Convention from 1921, there is a sustainable peace arrangement that has endured through stormy times, 2 world wars, 1 EU and a NATO accession. It is a living legal order, recognized and respected and still relevant internationally. But it is not only the absence of conflict that makes Åland so meaningful, but also the presence of a well-thought-out and long-term community building where international commitments have become a solid foundation for security. With these words, I would like to remind you that in a time when it is easy to call for hard solutions, we also need to remember the power of diplomacy. The example of Åland shows that it is possible to combine national sovereignty with international responsibility-taking, and that peace is not a temporary pause in history, but a process that requires structure, trust, and a long-term faith. Thank you.
Thank you all for a very good and profound debate. And particularly thank you to Finland's President Alexander Stubb and Swedish Minister for Civil Defense Oskar Bohlin, together with our international guests, have contributed with important initiatives to the debate. We hereby close the debate. And then we'll go back to item 2, the formal. That's item 2.1 first, the approval of recommendations and internal decisions. That the first one is the recommendations and internal decisions that have been debated. It is document 7/2025. Can this document be adopted? Thank you. We have the adoption of the annual report 2024. That's document 9/2025. The question is, can we adopt the annual report for 2024? Thank you. So we're a bit ahead of our schedule. Should we go on, or? We can continue for another half hour and then break for lunch, can we not? Item 4. Welcome back, it says. Item 4. It is sustainable Nordics. This is the consideration of member proposals of reduced food waste in retail. I'd like to give the floor to the committee's chair, Kari Skarstad from the S Group. Dear Nordic friends, in the Nordic, we know that food is produced by valuable resources that ends up in the waste basket. Food waste is not just a financial question. It's also a serious environmental problem. It contributes to deforestation, increased CO2 emissions, and higher prices in the retail, in the store. In the Nordics, we have capacity to show the way, lead the way, and show that there are other solutions. And we'll start with a change in how we handle the best before and use by date. 10 years ago, we took the initiative to use by dating on many foods, which means that the food can change its consistency or taste, but it's not dangerous before that date. And it works in our kitchens, but not in the shops, because today it's the shop's responsibility that the food stuff is edible and good. You have to taste it or smell it to ensure that. But of course, the shop cannot sell a package they've opened. I asked my local grocer what they did in his shop, and he said, what we cannot sell before the use-by date, we just throw it out. Therefore, we propose to change the rules to reduce food waste. We want the responsibility for considering whether a foodstuff is still edible. That should be the consumer's responsibility. We should reduce the responsibility of shop owners. And ask them to set down the price so that we can jointly take responsibility both for our finances and for the environment.
Thank you very much. And now, Emma Bedinger, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I didn't think it was going to go so quickly for me to come up here, but I want to underscore that the question of handling our food waste in a kind of a way is to use and how to use our resources. It's a very important question, both as to from an environment and also perspective, but also in other ways as well. It's important that we support this proposal and the report here, the consideration here today. And I think that's all I have for me. Thank you very much. Thank you. And there's Lena Vestergaard from the Conservative Group has a right to reply.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. Food waste is bad for the climate, for the environment, and it's not financially sustainable. That's the reason for the food industry, and the shops are already working very diligently on this issue. But we have to have Nordic political regulations because the shops throw out all the food which is not sold by the sell-by date. That's not true. In the Nordics, shops have baskets with the too good to go, 50% reduction of price of food products are about to reach their date. Why did they do that? Not because they're idealists, don't want to save the world. Because it's about finance. They lose money if they have to throw out this food. So what's been said here is not correct, and we have to remember that when we discuss this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Carsten Filser from the Nordic Green Left. You have the floor. Thank you. I would like to, this proposal on behalf of the Nordic Green Left, having said that you can't have more or less waste, and food is produced and it is to be eaten and not to be thrown away. The Nordic Green Left, and we call for supporting this, and we're not going to come to a situation where we can avoid all food waste, but we can have a development in a more climate-friendly direction, resource-friendly direction. And the products can be healthy and good, but it can be precise, made precise that perhaps from a security point of view, that we can say what is a useful product, and that is why that we recommend that the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers that we should change legislation and also recommendations and see who has the responsibilities and what are these best used by date, and look at that, and to change the recommendations. And also say that shops should also change their rules as to what are the best used by dates, for example. And the Nordic Green Left would then recommend that we can then have less food waste, and it's better for the climate and it's better for the economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I forgot the comments and replies. Now there was a response to Lena, I think. Karin, this is the last comment on this topic. Would you please take the floor from the rostrum to my right? Thank you very much. I'm glad for the comments to my presentation. I know many shops that work hard to sell their products by the date. That happens where I live too. I also buy these products, but that doesn't change the fact that there are many, many, many good foodstuff that are thrown out to the waste basket in the container. And I can say that because I've tried actually to go dumpstering. That means you go after closing hours of the shop, you go to their dumpsters, you open the dumpster, and you look at what's there. I've tried that myself. It is really disconcerting to see how much is there. Despite the fact that many shops really work hard, well, there is still room for improvement.
Thank you. And now the floor to the Nordic Youth Council. Edwin Mortensen, you have the floor. For the Nordic Youth Council. Thank you. It's Andreas Månsson actually we exchanged, but Madam President, Madam Chair, dear Nordic friends, this is a consideration which is very important. The increasing of food waste in the Nordic countries, over 3.6 million tons of food are thrown out annually. A certain amount can probably be used longer. It could be a slight wrong demarcation of it, something which is not very clearly written on the product or something. And so often these products are completely usable and safe to consume, but nevertheless they are thrown away by food shops. But just because of the best use by date on a product doesn't mean that it is bad. That is only an indication. But when one should use your own senses to see if a product is still edible, or fit for consumption, it is completely reasonable that we as consumers can rely on our own senses to see if fruit or food is edible. And this is an important proposal, a consideration, not just for us, but for all. Food waste is a large problem, but today, with increasing food costs, and particularly for groups such as young people, there could be a difference between having food or money left over or not have money left over in the month to be able to buy food which is a bit cheaper, which is completely edible. So this is also, we need to take into account young people who do not have much money, and it can make a difference for them to be able to consume things which are good, but which have passed their best use by date. Thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much. There are no more speakers on the list. Can we consider this debate closed? Debate is closed. Now we're on the vote. We're going to vote. This is the first vote. We'll have a test. Do you all have your voting system up? Try your green button, please. Do you have any result? Has everybody pressed the button? This is what it looks like, green and red. I think we did well. Now, for one, with the consideration of reduced food waste, one is yes. If you want against, you press 2, and if you want to abstain, you press the 3. Are you all ready to vote? The vote starts now. Have you all voted? Okay, we close the vote. This is the result. 47 yes and 17 no, which means that the motion has been carried. Now, 4, sustainable Nordics. Continue. Knowledge and culture. We have 2 member proposals. The first is about making more visible the Nordic awards. Okay, to give the floor to Ms. Kleveland from the Mitten Group. She is from the group. Madam President, Nordic Council. The Nordic Council's awards give us all pride. We have a strong position in the different environments that are receive the award and contributes to increasing interest for Nordic culture and recognizing outstanding performance. As of 2024, the awards of Nordic Prize are no longer based on the Oscar format in which all the nominees are invited and announced on the awards ceremony. So it's important that this does not lead to the awards being reduced in importance, and our year-long work that informs these awards and their strong position in the Nordics and internationally is wasted. Therefore, our committee proposes several actions to support the award work. Let's create areas for the different environments in relation to the promotion of the press, increase the support for translation of Nordic culture, and continue to encourage the translation of nominated books, and continue to ensure that there are funds available for the work with the awards. To make these awards more visible and promote them, these funds have been reduced in the budget cuts over the past few years. We must change this. So, dear friends, the relatively small amounts that are needed to ensure that the work on promoting the awards is back to its previous levels and the number of translation is increasing, that will pay off several times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Kirsti Leitre from the Social Democratic Group. You have the floor.
President, the Nordic Council's awards are highly recognized and highly regarded. If we cut capitals, we need to strengthen the people's ability to stand up for rights. And when superpowers use any means to take over countries and culture, culture is our identity builder and an important value. Cultural values and freedom of expressions are key in order to face the challenges that we now must tackle. Our awards and how we render visible the award ceremonies for the Nordic people are designed to also strengthen our culture, but also the sense of unity and identity of the Nordics. We support the center groups to cooperate with other actors in order to ensure more visibility of the award winners and also the whole process, and also to support more translation of the work. We would also like to see that the awards also spread to arts and crafts and cultural arts products. It has a unique ability to highlight political and cultural topics, and very often build bridges between groups in the society. The recognition of these works may also inspire debate and reflection across the Nordics, and also highlight the importance of art as an essential driving force in society. We believe that time has come for doing this. We are still working on the details, and we will be coming back on this matter at a later meeting. Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. All right, would anyone like to ask for the floor? Krista, you will need to come back later. All right, sorry, this came up now. Yes. If you have a reply, please go ahead. Yeah, well, something was received a bit too late.
I'm actually surprised that this proposal is on the agenda. When we discussed this in the committee, we were all very positive towards it, but we were also in agreement that first we need to figure out how this should be financed, and there's a follow-up on how it should be financed. We have not received that yet in the committee. We have to be aware about the means that are used in the Nordic Council, and here we have an example of carelessness, proposal which in basically is good, but there are no proposals on the financing of it. But why are we then putting time or using time to handling this? But we have to do it again and do it right. And I think we have to table this proposal until we have financial financing plan in place. Thank you.
Yes, vi fick upp det var alltså.
Right, and there was someone for Katrina. You can answer that.
Skal jeg trykke?
Yeah, you want me to press? President, Madam Chair, thank you for the reply. The consideration states that here we're talking about distribution of our internal funds. So this concerns how we choose to spend them, what we choose to spend them on. These proposals regarding increasing the visibility of the awards. This is our goal when we hear people say that they associate the Nordic Council with the awards. And as our committee agreed, this is all about giving higher priority to the awards. All right, thank you for your contribution. I have no further speakers on my list. We now conclude the debate, and I think we move to the next one, and that concerns the regarding the children and young people, and safeguarding them to have a safe digital Nordic for children and young people. Here, the children and mental health should come further, and it should not replace security and love and care. But it is important that we, the Council, work to promote a safe digital society for them. And here, digital and social media are the first and highest priority for them. And it's also the first step they take in this world. But there's also shortcomings in the the safeguarding of them. Despite the fact that there are initiatives in this area, we are far from reaching the level of security that we need. And therefore, our committee considered that the Nordic Council should recommend that the Council of Ministers set up a committee to study this security in the Nordics, and that will work to also coordinate and safeguard children and young people across the Nordic countries. So we are ready to take an initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor goes to Victoria Tilbom for Nordic Freedom, who speaks for the reservation. You have the floor. Thank you very much. I want to start by saying that I support the reservation and rejection for the proposal. Of course, most of us are concerned about the digital offer and how it affects our children and young people. We want to ensure a safe and healthy digital environment where young people can participate in the positive things the digital world has to offer, at the same time as we protect them from possible negative consequences. It is an important question which needs a lot of analysis and well-based decisions. At the same time, it is of essence that we work effectively and not do double work. Just now, the Nordics Welfare Centre is carrying out an extensive research about the digital offering and its effects on children and young people. It is a complete study which is going to give us worthwhile and valuable information and guidelines of how we can handle these issues. Clara Sommarin, a senior advisor at the Nordic Welfare Centre, visited us at the committee in September last year and informed us about the work that is ongoing there. She described how their studies have taken a broad view of the subject, which means that we can expect a very well worked out and thought out and fact-based analysis. The result from their research will be presented next year, 2026, and it is then when we have access to that knowledge that we can take well-based decisions on possible further measures. Let us therefore wait and take on board the coming report before we take a decision if we need to carry out our own study. In this stage, to initiate a parallel process would not only mean an unnecessary use of resources, but also a risk that we have overlapping results instead of building further on already extant knowledge. Let's not do a double work. Thank you very much.
Tack så mycket för det.
Thank you very much. And now I have no further people on the list. Can we say that the debate is closed? It is. And then it is time for a vote. When it comes to the knowledge and culture, and the first is the proposal on that to make the personal visibility of Nordic awards. So the members who wish to vote in favour of the committee proposal should press 1 for yes. Members wishing to vote against the proposal should press 2 for no. Members wishing to abstain should press 3 for abstention. Is everyone ready to vote? And the vote starts now. And the voting is completed. And let's see, we have a result, 54 for, and then this is approved. And we're going further to 5.2, the report of the members' proposal on a safe digital north for young people and children. And there is also a reservation. And if you wish to vote in favour of the committee proposal, one should press 1 for yes. Members wishing to vote in favour of the reservation should press 2 for no. Members wishing to abstain should press 3 for abstention. Everyone ready to vote? Voting commences now. You can start to vote now. Has everyone voted? I find that this is the case. Voting is now completed. We have a result, and we have 39 for, 25 nays, no, and excuse me. Yes, the proposal is approved. And with these words, I consider agenda item 5 is completed on knowledge and culture in the Nordics. And we are actually 5 minutes ahead of the agenda, and we had lunch until 13:30. But before we go to lunch, I would like all parliamentarians to come up to the podium for a family portrait, as we always do. I hope you have a good lunch, and we will see you here again at 13:30. Thank you very much.
Så ni fick några extra minuter.
Well, we are ahead of schedule, so we allowed you a couple of more minutes. Next item is welfare in the Nordic region, and we also have a vote to conduct here, but some of the guests will not appear until 2:30, and therefore we may include an additional break. But before we continue, we noted that we were not what we actually lag behind when it came to the replies, because you need to be ready and you also need to make the replies from the rostrum. And therefore, when you ask for the floor, please get up and you also need to be very quickly to raise your hand, showing your card, asking for the floor so that everyone can see you and your name can be put on the list. Next item is on the agenda is welfare of the Nordics, number 6, and we have a consideration regarding more gender equality in climate policies. And first, I will give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee, namely Eva Lind, representing the S group, the Centre group. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Well, some of us who are not so tall needs to lower the rostrum so we can see. The Welfare Committee dealt with 2 members' proposals concerning more gender equality and climate policy. And it is the second that we will now do, namely the one titled More Gender Equality in Climate Policies. The backdrop for this is that climate change also impacts us all. All research says that women are those who are affected the most. And we need to bear that in mind and take it into account when it comes to everything we will do in climate policy, and to be aware that this is how it is and that women also need to have a place at the table. Therefore, we don't have the unanimity in the committee. We have a majority. There are 2 reservations. I will not take you through it. I'm quite sure that the groups who presented the reservations will do so. But this is also in view of that the Framework Convention of the United Nations, the UNFCCC, as a basis if we move on with the members' proposals and believe that that is the best. We can also share best practice that the Nordic countries would benefit, and we should also make sure that we mainstream gender equality in climate policies. Thank you for your attention.
Tack för det.
Thank you. Next speaker is Johan Hultberg, representing the Conservative Group. You have the floor.
Tack för det, fru president.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, we are now dealing with members' proposals regarding more gender equality in climate policies, and maybe some of the members of the committee get a déjà vu feeling. We are now going to address a member's proposal here, and we also dealt with this a couple of months ago at the session in Reykjavik, and some of the committee have then voted in favor of this. The Conservatives have made a reservation, not because we oppose the general ideas, but because we think that we don't know how to measure this. The gender policy considerations are already mainstreamed in the climate policies, and we also take the UNFCCC as a basis, and we have also mainstreamed this in Nordic policies. The committee here, Green and Equal Region, also reflects this, and we turned down the members' proposal in Reykjavik, and we do the same thing now. But Madam President and Madam Chair, I would also like to raise the issue that if we delegates of the Nordic Council believe that a long series of members' proposals will strengthen our voice and that it will increase our influence, I don't think so. Quite the contrary. I believe that there's not less is more. We need to focus our power, and therefore I ask you to vote no.
Tack så mycket för det.
Thank you very much. Pia Sillanpää from Nordic Freedom has the floor.
Vapaa Pohjolassa emme voi tukea tätä ehdotusta.
In Nordic Freedom, we cannot support this proposal. We're not against equality, nor are we against sensible climate action. However, we do not see sense in this proposal. In climate action, we should have just one goal, and that should be to as efficient as possible. Climate policies should be based on a focus on realistic and rational action, not illogical action. The risk of such a proposal is that it creates unnecessary bureaucracy without any certainty that this will increase the efficiency of climate action, nor do we see that the proposal offers a common Nordic benefit. Thank you. Thank you. Eva Pioret from the Mitten Group has the floor now. Honourable President, dear friends, in climate policy, it is less is more. I've heard that before, but it was this initiative is part 2 of a separate proposal that was handed in before, but it's because based on a report from the Council of Ministers where they review climate policy and equality, and it's called a Nordic implementation of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Gender Action Plans. It's about how to integrate gender equality into climate issues. And it expressly has identified obstacles and lacuna in Nordic policies. We do, among other things, not have a systematic treatment of where we are to integrate gender equality. You also said we have too much in the green policies. There is too much focus on technology, etc., but too little on how to change people's lifestyles. And with the climate changes deeply affect women's lives, and they are not in the decision-making bodies. We have a new situation with the US. They withdrew from the climate policy and gender equality work, which makes it even more dangerous and risky that we might fall back and lag behind. Thank you. Tobias Drevland Lund, Nordic Left, Green Left. Thank you, Chair. The Nordic Council, gender equality must be part of all policy areas, including climate policy. Therefore, the 3 motions that have been floored here are pretty good, and they point out the direction of more integration and more attention to be paid to gender equality in this policy area. So the proposal also refers to the following. Women are notably underrepresented when decisions on the climate environment are taken. Therefore, it's important and correct to work for women being on an equal footing and having co-decision and sit at the table where decisions on climate policy are taken. So the way I see it, and then we also know, half of the world's inhabitants are women, Therefore, we should also work for a strengthened gender equality policy also within climate.
Thank you. And this completes the list of speakers. I have no further speakers on my list. Can we then consider this debate to be closed? Because in that case, we go to the vote on this consideration. And this is the consideration of a member's proposal regarding more gender equality in climate policy. If you want to vote in favor, you press 1 for yes. And if you want to support the reservation, that is to go against the proposal, you press no. And if you want to abstain, you press 3. And we start the vote now.
Voteringen avslutad. Finish så.
The vote is closed. No. Ready? Yes, we have finished vote, and we have a result that says that we have 38 yes and 38 yes and 25 no. Thank you. We have approved and adopted this resolution. I don't think that I have ever experienced that we are so much ahead of schedule ever. You have then deserved an extra break. We don't have any more items on the agenda. We are expecting external guests, and that is why we cannot continue, because we need them for the remaining items. So we have a break now until 14:25, and the
So, dear Nordic friends, I'd like to go on to our negotiations, and I'd like to ask you all to take your seats and to make sure that the interpreting is working for you. We have had lunch and a coffee and a bun. And it's almost a half day today. We've had so many breaks, but now it is time for an exciting topic once again. It's time for a question time with the Ministers for Cooperation, and it is 7 on the agenda, point 7 on the agenda. And I'd like to say welcome to Anders Adlercreutz, the Finnish Cooperation Minister, and for the one from Åland, Annika Hambrud. And so we will begin or go one at a time, and you will be able to sit here, and we will be able to take the questions from when you're seated. So welcome, Anders. And so Finland and Åland are sharing the presidency for the Council of Ministers here, and we will start the point on the agenda with the Minister of Cooperation, Anders Adlercreutz, who will begin with his oral presentation. Welcome, Anders, and you have 5 minutes. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much. Honourable Chair, dear President, dear members of the Nordic Council and guests, with pride and respect for the responsibility that it entails that Finland and Åland hold the presidency of the Nordic Council Ministers 2025. The presidency is an opportunity to strengthen Nordic cooperation at a time when the world is facing major challenges. Is not an exaggeration to say. The situation is exactly what the Nordic Council expresses in the motto of the theme session. We are facing a new era for Nordic security and preparedness. Nordic cooperation has deep roots and a broad scope. The cooperation is anchored in our shared values: democracy, equality, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. The strength of Nordic society is based on the trust that exists between individuals and in the institutions of society. Employment, income, education, participation in society, health and welfare form the basis for trust, stability, and security. Together, we have set an ambitious goal to make the Nordic region the most sustainable and integrated region in the world by 2030. This vision gives us direction, and it gives us meaning. We are now entering the final and crucial phase of our work. If we are to succeed, we must move, of course, from words to action. We need to work together more closely than ever and deliver concrete results that benefit citizens, also including their security. Most of Nordic Ministers' cooperation programs contain goals or sub-goals for societal security and preparedness. And I'm pleased to note that the work is already well underway and that our aim is to do more. Regarding security and preparedness, under the first strategic green priority of the vision, governments have been working for a long time to avoid crises resulting from climate change, including existential threats. The Svalbard seed vault is one example. In agriculture and the forestry sector, cooperation on food security preparedness is now intensified. And building on the Karlstad Declaration, the presidency will take this work further, including also fisheries. Within the Vision strategic priority on competitiveness, the Council of Ministers for Growth will focus on regional development, regional planning, and overall security. This is security of supply and security of supply in cross-border transport, security of energy infrastructure, and securing electricity generation capacity. In addition, the international value chains of industry and cooperation in the battery sector and minerals will be addressed. Prime Minister Orpo's proposal for a Nordic security of supply network is also moving forward. MR Digital strengthens digital security and preparedness in the Nordic and Baltic countries, and MR Finance addresses financial market preparedness. In the social sustainability strategy area, activities on preparedness and resilience are very extensive. The social and health sector is working on antibiotic resistance and access to medicines. There's going to be a conference organized on the pandemic and children and youth. The Health Preparedness Group, the so-called Svalbard Group, is a pioneer in the Council of Ministers. The justice sector will address trust in the rule of law and democracy, including with regard to juvenile and gang crime and transnational organized crime. A conference on the resilience of democracy will be organized in the autumn. Society's resilience and security are strengthened through education, training and culture. In the education and culture sectors, we're organizing a conference on democracy, education and media literacy. The cultural sector has possibly the broadest remit in preparedness and resilience. The institutions are well underway in their work on relevant aspects of preparedness and resilience. Nordforsk, Nordgen, Nordregio, Nordic Energy Research, Nordic Culture Contact, Nordic Welfare Center, Nordic Innovation, and NIVA. The Nordic offices in the Baltic countries have actively promoted comprehensive security, the theme of most local interest. The Nordic houses of Reykjavik, Tórshavn, Nuuk, and Mariehamn have organized debates, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all for very good work. Outside the Council of Ministers, of course, Nordefco and the Haga Cooperation of Rescue and Preparedness Authorities have come a long way in terms of crisis preparedness, which is their main task. However, I would like to emphasize the importance of the fact that the Council of Ministers sectors have also started to systematically develop civil preparedness, as recommended in the Enestam report. This will not only make us better equipped for the next crisis by preparing thoroughly for disruptive situations, we will identify new measures, cooperation, connections, and any possible gaps that need to be filled. In the Council of Ministers, we can also work more systematically to strengthen mental resilience, which is one of the vital functions of society. By extension, military preparedness is served. During our presidency, we promote comprehensive security. Societal security is ultimately about the safety of our citizens. It is our duty to ensure that the Nordic regions is a region where everyone can feel safe both today and in the future. Now I give the floor to Annika Hamrud, Minister of Cooperation of Åland. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. I would like to propose that we take all comments, questions together after both ministers have spoken. Is that okay? Now, welcome, Annika Hamrud. You have the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Honourable Nordic parliamentarians and dear Nordic friends, during 2025, Finland and Norway are chairing the Nordic Council of Ministers. We will focus on the rights of youth and children, welfare and participation in the Nordics. There's a strong momentum for Nordic cooperation. This is not only the topic that we are discussing today, stronger unity, but we're striving for a stronger and more ambitious cooperation and Nordic solutions that ask for new and needed knowledge and creates platform for Nordic cooperation. Nordic benefits and Nordic added value shall benefit anyone when our Nordics are united, strong, and accessible to all. In the presidential program, it says that the Nordic economic position and competitiveness are decisive for the development of business and enterprise and society, and the strong sustainability, resilience, and competitive edge in the Nordic production of foodstuffs and bioeconomy. Very important. Finland will, during its presidency, promote sustainable management of biogene raw materials to adapt to climate changes and reduce our footprint is important in this sector. It should be easy to live, study, work, and run businesses across borders in the Nordics. Under our presidency, we are promoting free movement in the Nordics, and we're working sector-specific ministers and in the Border Barrier Council to remove border barriers. And we hope that the new mandate 2025 of said council will be very efficient. During the presidency, we will highlight the need to strengthen Nordic countries' resilience and promote preparedness in the face of different crises and hybrid threats. The Faroes, Greenland, and Åland shall be given the opportunity to take part in this work. When the world changes, it's important that the authorities work to safeguard continuity in social functions, handling different disturbances and threats such as cyber threats, and to maintain our preparedness in supply and for emergency. A united Nordics is very important in this context. In the Nordics, where we can discuss the review of the Helsingfors Agreement, it's important that the entire Nordics, all 8 Nordic countries, feel included. I hope that this process that started in the Nordic Council and that now we've taken over the mission, and I hope it will be successful.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Annika. And now we move over to the actual question time. And just as before, members who want to have a question hold up their red card very clearly so the Secretariat can see you and your number, and then you answer from this rostrum up here, and let's see if you can get eye contact, and the ministers will remain seated and answer from their seats. And also be clear as to which minister you're posing your question to, and you have 1 minute. So first we have the speakers on the actual list from the party groups who have asked for the floor, and we start off with Kim Barry from the Social Democratic Group, and after Kjell-Arne Ottosson after them. And I will be speaking Finnish. Madam President, Honourable Minister, border barriers are is pervasive theme in our Nordic cooperation. The dismantling of border barrier obstacles is commendable, included in the Swedish presidency programme, which is a step in the right direction. However, in national parliaments, where the real work on removing border obstacles should be done, the organisational work is very different still. Regular monitoring, coordinating and exchange of information are key to preventing and dismantling border barriers. And up until last year, national coordination in Finland was seamless and efficient. Actors met under the umbrella of Info Pohjola within the framework of the Border Barriers Network at least 4 times a year. We are already in April, and with the enhanced role of the Council of Ministers and the transfer of Info Nordics, we have unfortunately not received any information on the promised continuation of the work. Furthermore, how does the Minister of Cooperation see the future of removing border obstacles when more and more barriers are global or originate from EU legislation? How do we ensure that we do not get bogged down by internal problems, lack of coordination, or obstacles stemming from EU legislation, among other things, in pursuing our goal of becoming the most integrated region in the world? Thank you.
Och vilken minister var frågan till?
Thank you very much. Thank you for a very good question. Now, the border barriers, why are they so important? We look at our citizens, our Nordic citizens. Well, the way to make our cooperation visible is to remove border barriers, make it easier to travel, live, study, work in any of the Nordic countries. It should be easy to move your life from one country to another. Trade, work, etc. Border barriers are a major priority for this presidency. The ministers of cooperations all consider this an important issue. But there are always new barriers emerging. So we have to look at legislation to have better coordination between the governments so that we, through our legislation, try to keep channels of communication open so that we do not create barriers. And intentionally, we know it's difficult to remove barriers, but it's much easier to prevent new barriers from emerging. So good, solid preventive work for those of us who are members. It's important that we also address the issues in the Council of Ministers so that we can work together. Thank you. Kjell Arne Ottosson from the middle group, sorry. Would you please inform us of which of the ministers you address? 1 minute. Microphone, please. Thank you, Madam President. The question is for Mr. Adakloritz. The border barrier groups have a role in the report of working across the Nordic. It's a proposal for simplifying the tax rules, focusing on increased mobility. We've drafted this report together, and it shows how we can really strengthen Nordic cooperation. And the conclusion is clear. It's crystal clear. If we want to attain the vision, then we have to have a common Nordic tax agreement. One agreement, not 3 different ones as we have today. But unfortunately, our ministers of finance are not as willing to do anything about this. So I have 2 questions. How will the Minister of Cooperation work throughout the year to follow up the proposals of the report and push the work for a common tax agreement so that people can work across borders? And the second question, the new program, Mobility in the North, we have certain areas that the governments will have to work on. What will these areas be? Will it be tax during 2025, since this border barrier has a decisive role in the work that we have before us? Thank you very much, Mr. Ottosson. There are certain very difficult issues within the border area. Taxes is one. Digital trade, strong identification, for example. It's paradoxical that in a world in which information can be moved in 1 second from one country to another, it's much more difficult at the same time to remove these barriers than in a world in which everything was paper-based. But that's the way it is. We have a strong priority. Banking, bank accounts, etc., to strengthen this, the mobility. So the border barrier work is a high priority. So it's better. It was hard to say that one question is more important than the other, but we have, from the very beginning, identified this as a sector in which we have a lot to do. This has to do with the everyday life, but it's also trade between businesses. Between Finland and Norway, for example, there are several barriers. Thank you. The next question is for Ville Väyrynen from the Conservative Group.
I will be speaking Finnish. I also would talk about the digitalization of the border obstacles to Minister Adlercreutz. A lot has been talking about healthcare, about the cross-border healthcare, and also we talked about the hospital network in the Nordics and being prepared, the preparedness there and pandemic preparedness. And we talk about the digitalization, about collaboration across borders. Then we very come into digitalization and also data protection and how data is transported. And also we've noticed that in healthcare, and we've got some very different difficult border obstacles to play. So, for example, in Finland has sort of fallen away from this kind of collaboration. How do we ensure that to maintain this kind of cross-border health care and so forth, how can we ensure that we not drive ourselves into a corner when it comes to this topic with healthcare? Thank you for your good question, and I will answer in Finnish. We have learned during the pandemic quite a lot as to how important collaboration is. When it comes to the healthcare side, we, in particular, where young people and youth, children and young people are also one part of this. But as in my previous answer, the transfer of digital information, and in particular personal information, which has proven to be a very vulnerable area, if one could put it that way. And it also has to do with how we apply EU demands also in international legislation. I can't give you a more precise answer, but it is part and parcel of that whole that we have noted that it is a central problem for many, yes.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much, Katilie, from the Nordic Green Left, and then Juho Eerola.
Thank you. I have a question to Mr. Adlercreutz. All the Nordic countries are rearming, and the defense budgets are growing in this difficult time. So, but at the same time, we focus on the individual's preparedness and possibility of assisting. Resilience and robustity means that people need to have what they need: food, water, health services, but it's also about feeling safe and secure. So we have groups that do not feel included and secure and safe, particularly the poor who can't afford the things they need, but also a big group of people with a different national background that are also suffering exclusion and being looked at with suspicion. So against this background, how will you work to make sure that everybody who lives in Södertälje feels it's worth defending and everybody is enabled to contribute to better preparedness in society? Thank you very much. There is no microphone. We usually talk about civilian preparedness. It's a broad concept, and it's expressly about what you address, that everybody feel part, included, can do their part, seen and heard. And this is also about avoiding exclusion. And I would state that the Nordics are better than most other countries in this, and I think we're a very good example to the world. The Nordic countries can also be a good example from other viewpoints: trust, equality, gender equality, social responsibility, accountability, etc. All of these values that we don't have too much of in the world today, not in the Nordics either, but at least we're better off than the others. And it's important that we promote social cohesion, and we make sure that everybody have equal opportunities for development. They can feel safe and secure in the different vulnerable phases of life. We can learn from each other, but yes, it does have a security aspect, just as you mentioned.
Thank you. And then it is Juho Eerola from Nordic Freedom, and after that, Andreas Salomonsen, and then we will go into the replies. So even if you cannot see them on the list as a list here, we do have those lists. So thank you, Madam President. I have a question to Minister Adlercreutz, but he actually answered my question, so I have to think of another question now. Perhaps I will say this in Finnish. There are a few large border obstacles that we are in the Nordics trying to remove, but then we have one that perhaps that we should create. And I'm trying to ask the same question that I asked Minister Boulin earlier, that the Russian shadow fleet and Chinese vessels that sail into our inland waters, the anchors go down, cables are cut, or even a gas line is cut. And I know approximately how international waters law goes, but it's not very easy to tackle this problem. But do we have any ways, perhaps legal ways? But these are sort of completely illegal vessels that they're not even supposed to be in those waters, when there's also the danger of the oil spills or whatever. Do we have any opportunity in collaboration to try to tackle this problem so that we can prevent these vessels coming in from Denmark's side into our inner waters? Thank you. Thank you for the question. It is slightly beyond the purview of the Nordic Council, but does touch on international rights at sea and such. But there we have international legislation that makes it unfortunately very difficult for a state to tackle that issues that happened in those waters. But we do have very good collaboration between authorities, between the countries. I think that we all have learned over the past year, at least, that how or what one has an opportunity to do, and in particular that we should be good at informing each other. And I think that we've taken quite a few steps forward in that vein. But to solve the basic problem, it will need quite a large changes in international law. And I think it's a little bit too hard a piece for the Nordic Council to tackle. But we, of course, when we talk about, we have other issues, like, for example, Ukraine, and it is difficult in many ways. Of course, always we're talking about some vessels are also pose a very good environmental risk, as you mentioned earlier, and they should have insurance, at least in many cases. Thank you, and Andreas Salomonsson from the Nordic Youth Council, and after that, Johan Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to direct this question to both ministers, but if I have to choose, I would like to direct my question to Mr. Adlercreutz. My question is about the increasing youth unemployment in the Nordics, all of Europe, but particularly Sweden and Finland stand out. 24% in Sweden, 16% in Finland. You, as minister, how are you going to integrate youth in the labour market? We have gaps in the Nordic labour market that could be filled with workers from other Nordic countries. We have great numbers of highly educated youth, myself included, but who are unemployed. So how can we take this step into society and become useful citizens, contributing citizens? Thank you very much. The big picture. This is also about the cycle that we're in, economic cycle. What's the economy like in the world, in the Nordic, in Europe? But then in the reality in which we live, I think today, a good education is still the best guarantee for getting a good job. And here we have strong and resilient educational systems in all the Nordic countries, but at the same time we have similar challenges. We are all underperforming in PISA. We're not good enough at reading, concentrating, etc. And this is something that we try to develop in cooperation with the Nordic ministers of education. Then we have some ministers of higher education who also cooperate. So I hope that we'd be better at exploiting each other's markets, both for students and workers, Nord Plus, for example. If I have the whole Nordic as my labour market, then I'm quite sure that in the extension of that, we'll have a higher level of employment and will at the same time strengthen Nordic cooperation. Would Annika also like to answer? You would have a reply from both ministers. Thank you. What I could add is really that it's extremely important. We have high unemployment, but we also have lack of workers with certain areas. So important to highlight the STEM and lifelong learning, that we develop these key competences so that today, maybe what you have an education for will not give you a job in 50 years. But you have to have a good basic knowledge so that you can take further education later on and take on different jobs. Thank you, Johan Dahl from the Mitten Group. And then Kim Oss from the Social Democrats.
Thank you. My question is for Anders Adler-Kreutz, and it concerns the recognition of the Faroese driving license in Finland. This should be an obstacle that is easy to resolve, and this is about to recognize our driving license. So let me explain what this is all about. In the Faroese, that goes to Finland. With the local driving license, he needs the first 12 months that he can use it. But after 1 year, then it will no longer be valid. Then you need to also undergo a driving test in Finland to get a Finnish driving license. How can Finland let a person drive on his Faroese driving license for 1 year that they then declare to be invalid? And how come that the person who was considered to drive responsibly in traffic for a year then suddenly sees that the driving license lapses in terms of validity? So my question for the Finnish minister is, of course, if you will raise this issue again, because it should be easy to resolve it. As you say, I mean, it feels like a nuisance that it works and then suddenly it doesn't anymore. I cannot say whether or not it has something with these substantive matters, but we can look at it again. Kim Oss from Social Democrats, to be followed by Johan Hultberg. Thank you for giving me the floor. My question is to the Åland minister. It's important because what we're talking about is about the security, production, and also the green climate. But of course, it's the young inhabitants that will settle this. It's a lot about education, but we also want that the younger people, all right, we need new study places, but we would also like to see that young people choose vocational professions or occupations and also productions. But maybe they can also then work across the Nordic region. I mean, maybe they can have some skills in Norway, they can help someone in Finland, etc. What do you intend to do about this? Thank you for putting this question. This is what Nordic cooperation is. We need to cooperate more closely and also find areas where we can share our experiences and also to create preconditions so that young people without a job can actually move on. Because when you do that, I am also focused on taking home knowledge and competences back. I'm also the Minister for Education in Åland. We don't have many colleges but it's very important that you go away to study. The only requirement that I put is that you find a new partner and take them back home with you. All right, next speaker is Johan Hultberg. The interpreters cannot hear him. Thank you, Madam President. My question goes to both ministers. Annika Lindblom, but maybe she can be the first one. The President of the Finnish Republic talked about the Nordic gold earlier, the trust. And when he talked about trust, I'm assuming that he also means the transparency that we have to our authorities, the trust we have to each other. In the Nordic cooperations, then it also the obstacle preventing freedom of movement across borders database. The Nordic Council of Ministers have chosen that this database should no longer be open and accessible to the citizens. It should simply be a tool for senior officials. So my question is, what about the transparency and accessibility for going forward, and how can they access this database? We have decided to upgrade the entire work portfolio when it comes to freedom of movement, where we want to improve the efficiency of work to remove obstacles and the way it's organized, and that also applies to the database. So we will be following up this, and the same applies to earlier updates that used to be once a year. Now it will be every other year. So some of these matters require a lot of resources, but we have already said that we will consider this. So we take what you're saying with us. All right, next speaker is Victoria Tiblom, representing Nordic Freedom.
Adlercreutz. I have a question for Anders Adlercreutz. After the budget compromise between the Nordic Council and the Council of Ministers in 2023, Gunnar Lindberg made a report, the prerequisites for an extended Nordic cooperation in transport and infrastructure. Lindberg said that the transport cooperation in the Nordics today is more like a Lego building that sooner or later will fall down. And the report's conclusions are clear. The Nordic Council of Ministers should take a bigger responsibility about the building and make sure they actually lead somewhere. But because there isn't actually a Council of Ministers that has a responsibility for transport and infrastructure within the Nordic Council of Ministers, then the cooperation ministers have to take on this responsibility. Previously, there was a question about how this report should be followed up, but then it was said that the other cooperation ministers should look at this. Can the cooperation ministers talk about the conclusions that have been taken along in this vein before, and also what about the process and for the report's recommendations? Thank you very much. Thank you for a question that has been put several times during the session. It is all right, rather so far, this question has not been taken on board by any of the governments. There does not seem to be a great willingness to push this question forward. That there seems to be satisfaction with the unofficial cooperation that exists between the ministers of the transport ministers. But of course, it's important that it works, that we have a coordinated, or rather that we make sure that no new obstacles arise and that the transport and deliveries work and so on. But I cannot at this stage expand upon how this work will go moving forward. But interest from the government seems a little cool. Thank you. And now Annette Holmberg Jansson from the Conservative Group, and after that Anna-Kristiina Mikkonen. Minister, I'm going to ask a question of Anders Adlercreutz. This year, Finland and Åland have a common presidency in the Nordic Council of Ministers, which of course makes me very happy as someone from Åland. But I'd like to touch upon the same question as I asked Minister Bolin about Åland's and the Faroe Islands' participation in the Haga Agreement and civil preparedness. The Haga Cooperation also pertains to questions which are of interest for Åland, and civil preparedness are a very important part of Åland's interests, and it is also the Haga issues are very important for us. And Minister Bolin said that Sweden is preparing itself for drift for. It is something which we from the islands understand. So, should Nordic preparedness work also, if it's going to tackle all parts of the Nordics, then everyone should also be able to participate? And is the minister also willing to include also Åland in this work? Thank you very much. It feels like a natural development that Åland and the Faroe Islands would be included and also in these issues. And personally, I cannot say that there would be any hindrance or obstacle to this.
Anna-Kristiina Mikkonen.
Next speaker is Anna-Kristiina Mikkonen, representing the Socialist Group. I will speak Swedish today. Surprise. Dear President, the Freedom of Movement Group has then studied long-term obstacles for cross-border freedom of movement and also the right to a leave of absence for political appointments in your country of residence. A question that may only be relevant for a few people, but is important from a democracy perspective. Since 2014, then the Nordic countries agreed on facilitating people who take up positions of trust to get a leave of absence. And since then, Norway, Denmark and Sweden have then amended the legislation, but Finland still has this matter that is not resolved. So when will Finland then deliver on the promises under the 2014 declaration? And when will it be possible for Nordic citizens who work in Finland to be granted a leave of absence for political opinion appointments in the country? This falls a bit outside of my portfolio, so I don't have a clear answer to give you what will happen ahead. But if this is an obstacle for cross-border freedom of movement and there's some asymmetrics here, then we should maybe look at it. Thank you for putting in important questions. Maybe this is something that you will allow us to come back on. Thank you very much. Welcome, Katarina Deremar, representing the Center Group. And next speaker, get ready. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to ask a question for Adlercreutz. In the Nordic, we often speak about protecting our Nordic community. For example, our passport exemptions, our common languages, and our exchange of culture. However, there is a digital obstacle that may be something that it should be easy to do away with in order for us to participate also in our culture and languages, and that is the public services channels online. The report Nordic TV Across Borders shows that there are solutions to be found and that the geo-blocking could be minimized. What's the minister's take on the proposal to reduce the geo-blocking between the Nordic public service corporations so that the citizens can actually not only listen and vote for Sweden in Eurovision, but also simply participate and get access to Nordic contents? And what has the Finnish and Swedish government concretely done in order to give Åland's population access to SVT Play? And how can you work to solve this matter? Thank you. I would like to point out that it's also possible to submit contributions to other Nordic countries' Eurovision contests. But the public service companies, to give citizens access to other countries' TV channels, is also a way to support and raise awareness of the other Nordic countries. And maybe that is more important than before. So I'm thinking that there is such a big offering when it comes to Anglo-Saxon channels. So we should not create artificial obstacles so that we bar access to the Finnish and Danish and Swedish channels. So I agree with you that this is a cross-border obstacle that we would have liked to see eliminated. Thank you, Tone Wilhelmsen Trøen from the Conservative Group. And afterwards, we have Mrs. Delgado Varas. Madam President, cooperation is the name of the game in the Nordics. Between countries, between people, between business and industries, and between the political level in the Nordic cooperation. For almost 2 years, the Welfare Committee has been waiting for a political dialogue regarding 2 matters that we are working on. Then you might think that, all right, well, you need to be a bit patient as a Nordic parliamentarian. But these 2 matters concern how we can prevent partner killings. And of course, and unfortunately, we in the Nordics top the statistics. And how can we also deal with common medicinal products, which is also important when there's so much turbulence and uncertainty in the world. My question goes to both ministers. How can we ensure that we can ensure quicker processes in the Nordic Council of Ministers so that we don't have to wait for so long to resolve these matters? Thank you for your question. I can only apologize that this has taken so long. This is something that we simply need to take away and also communicate to the minister. There should be some dialogue here. And that is our takeaway during our presidency, and to put this question to the right place so that we actually can have this political dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, and welcome, Lorena Delgado Varas from Nordic Green Left, to be followed by Lars Meyen Larsson.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, we are very concerned about how Finland is going away from international agreements, and we also were concerned how more and more countries are leaving international agreements, or leaving them in particular, as we as the Nordic countries have been driving forces and in the forefront of that. The Ottawa Treaty was written in Norway in 1997 and has been given also the Nobel Prize, and it is about stopping the production and development of landmines. And these mines are an unusual and dangerous and destructive weapon that hurts civilians long after the conflict is over. Many innocent civilians and children have been maimed in that way. And isn't it now that we should try to stay together and strengthen international cooperation against these dirty weapons? And isn't it the case that it is actually countries like Russia who most of all want us to leave these kinds of treaties? So my question is quite simply, why is Finland leaving the Ottawa Treaty, in particular when it leads to so many innocent civilians become maimed, killed or maimed? Thank you very much for the question. It is a large decision to start the process of leaving the treaty, and you also always have to weigh the pros and cons and how they affects the treaty, its and belief in it and so forth, confidence in it and so forth. And in the case, if Finland should use anti-personnel mines, it will only be used for defense purposes. I mean, we know exactly where they are, and they are removed when they no longer are needed. And as I'm sure you know, that half of NATO's eastern border is Finland's border with Russia. On the other side, we have a country that doesn't care about international treaties, who does not care about whether they go against or commit war crimes. We've seen that in Ukraine when Russian used anti-personnel mines, and the effects are loads of soldiers have been whose rights they do not respect or are not concerned about at all. So it's this kind of brutal warfare that Finland hopes that they never has to use anti-personnel mines. But this is the reason why we have started the process to exit the treaty, as also the Baltics and Poland. And the question is, if we today would we have entered this kind of treaty had we known the situation in Europe, the war in Ukraine, Russia's actions? I don't think we would have entered it in knowing this. And of course, it is this reality which unfortunately we have to adapt to. And just as you say, we are concerned about what this development leads to internationally, Russia's actions and a general lack of the order that we have depended on. And Finland has carried out a study as what the military needs are, with full respect for international law as well.
Välkommen då, Lars.
Thank you. And Lars Mehn Larsson from the Social Democratic Group, and after them, Therese Mattsson.
President, jag vänder mig till Annika.
Madam President, I have a question for Annika. And we can travel without a passport to cross our borders without any arguments or quarrel. We can take a plane to Denmark or to travel by car to Norway, or even travel by boat to Helsinki. But what about medicine? I mean, I once lost my medication and then deliveries didn't work. I mean, I couldn't get my prescription sent. We have visited the EU Commission and they say that they wait for us to make that happen there, and that Nordic can show the way. We have come to a point where we can take the next step. Since we have an exemption for travel without passport, we should also have an exemptions regarding e-prescriptions. And if there are any technical or legal provisions that prevent us from picking up our medicine in another Nordic countries, then I ask you why. Well, of course, I sense that you want a detailed information. Unfortunately, I can't give it to you. But mobility within the Nordic region works very well. And we have digital services, but there are some obstacles both for us, for students, and for the senior citizens. And this is also a priorities question, also when it comes to our freedom of movement and elimination of cross-border obstacles. And this is also something that our ministers and also ministers for social affairs, that they need to address. We would have wanted this to be a simple way, but sometimes digitalization come across some obstacles along the way, but I agree with you. This is a prioritized matter, and I hope that we can find a solution. Next, Liz Mattsson, representing the Centre Group, to be followed by Väyrynen. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to put my question to Mr. Hambrud. Ministers of Transport for Denmark, Norway, Iceland, Finland normally meet for informal meetings, but the Faroe Islands, Åland and Greenland have not been able to participate in the transport sessions. Here, the geopolitical requires closer the processes, and transport should be an evident area where we all need to cooperate. Against this background, I want to ask, how do you perceive these exclusion of certain ministers before this informal ministers, and also how can we look at this inside a bigger and more expansive questions? The way Åland, Faroe Islands and Greenland are islands, and therefore there's a lot of transport there, and transport issues have a high priority. This is a subject for the Transport Council, and under Finland's and Åland's presidency, the ministers for transport have been invited to attend these meetings, which is very positive, and I hope that this will not be the first time. I hope that we have now created a good tradition so that all the ministers representing these areas will be invited to these informal sessions. Next speaker is Ville Väyrynen, representing the Conservative, to be followed by Johan Andersson.
I will be speaking Finnish. Thank you, Madam President. This second time was a surprise, but I forgot that I had the Conservative group's question, but unfortunately I thought of a question at the last minute. It is to Minister Adlercreutz. This is a practical example of digital obstacles. The Conservative groups, I'm a member of the board of the Conservative group, and I have to also look at our accounts and digitally, and I couldn't do that from Finland, and then we noted that these papers were sort of transported all around the Nordic countries, and I was a bit late, and I had to sign something yesterday at our meeting. And so I would like to ask, we've touched on this subject many times, but can you see that it is a question of just legislative problems, or do we also have some kind of, is it also the technical solutions that are not good enough, and can we improve those without legislation or the interpretation of it? Answer in Finnish. Thank you for the question. My competence or know-how is probably not enough to say if I can whether I can say whether the technical solutions whether they are not good enough, or what it could be a question of. Of course, there could be a little bit of political will, a lack of political will in play as well, in prioritization in various countries. But as I said earlier, spontaneously one would think that in a digital world, it should be much easier than previously to transport information. But it seems that the borders seem not to fit together so well, even though we perhaps consider that maybe the main reason is legal in nature. But perhaps one should ask a better expert in this. But of course, they are high on the list of priorities for decision makers, and digitization, of course, has its challenges, but they are prioritized issues, of course.
Tack, välkommen upp.
Thank you, and now we welcome Johan Andersson, representing the Social Democratic Group, and Anna Falkenberg is next. Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is for Annika Hambrud, Åland's Minister for Cooperation to the Nordic Council. This morning, when Carlos Bolin was here, I asked him about security of supply regarding food products in Norway. The situation differs among the Nordic countries. We are successful food producers and manufacturers, but what concerns me when it comes to the degree of self-sufficiency, and also if you look at this from security of supply perspective, Bolin was not so clear about what he would do and what one would give priority to, and how much common responsibility we would have. But if we want to improve and have strong cooperation in the Nordics then I have a question for the minister, especially regarding how you work in among the ministers for cooperation on the questions of self-sufficiency and how we can cooperate even further to help each other on this matter. Thank you for your question. This is a very important question that keeps coming increasingly high on the agenda. We work on the preparedness issues, and self-sufficiency should be continuing topic during our presidency, and all ministers for cooperations work on this. It's an important question both in the sectors of transport and also agriculture. So this question should basically be targeted towards these particular councils of ministers. And this is something that we also need to address with other ministers in our countries, because it is very important. I think that our self-sufficiency at Åland is just about 50%, just to have said that. But this is a very important question, because for example, it could be that transport to and from our islands are barred for some time. Thank you. And then next, Anna Falkenberg from the Center Group. Thank you, Madam President. I have a question to the Minister for Cooperation from Åland. In the Center Group, we focus on the further work to update the Helsinki Agreement. I was personally on the working committee, and we want to know how you see the continued process. We have heard that you should appoint a person to study this, but how can you ensure that the Faroe Islands and Greenland, Åland can be involved and included in the process, and what will this process look like? Because in these days, maybe people also look to Greenland because of what they have been exposed to recently, that you also use this question to look at Åland and the Faroe Islands as equal partners. Thank you for your question. We have now come to agreement regarding persons who will be responsible for studying this and reporting on it, and the ministers will meet later this week. We need a legal process that needs to come first. And we hope that the premises for this will be clear during the next year, and that we can then set up a commission to do that. And I have also suggested that Åland, Faroe Island and Greenland also need to be included in the process to review the Helsinki Agreement.
Thank you. And then we actually have the last questioner, which is Joni Ovaska from the Center Group and Finland. Oh, thank you, Madam President. And I want to also answer to Johan Dahl about the driver's license directive. I will give your proposal to the Finnish government, but we know that the driver's license directive is on the EU level, and it will come to Parliament, be handed down. So there is reason to take your proposal to be able to be handled in this way. We heard about the Ottawa Treaty, and I want to ask Minister Adlercreutz if you have discussed this with the Nordic countries, and to Minister Hamrud about the Helsinki Agreement. All 8 countries prepared, or is there a will to include foreign and security policy in the Helsinki Agreement? Thank you, Joni, for the question, and thank that I partly can answer Johan's question. About the Ottawa Treaty, then, of course, we keep our neighbour countries informed about these central issues, and I don't know in which order the Nordic countries have been informed, at least latest today, about this issue. Then, of course, as an addition to my other answer, Finland will continue to actively also promote the goals of the Ottawa Treaty, that there should be responsibility taken in these issues, and we're going to continue in many countries in Afghanistan and Ukraine to look at these issues. And of course, we are obligated, or we will continue in the way that we look at also defense, which is very professionally, when there is no room for anything except exactness in these issues. When it comes to the Helsinki Agreement, then the next step is that we have a person who will look at the legal aspects of it, someone who is looking at that. Annika, can continue on that. Well, you started so well, thank you. And what we mainly knew with the looking at the study is looking at the legal aspects of it. The Nordic, all the countries have various memberships and EU law. And then there's a committee that will continue to work on these questions, and particularly the Nordic Council have sent to the Council of Ministers to look to see if everyone is all right that we do make these changes to the Helsinki Agreement. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And I would like to thank all of you who have run up and down and put very relevant questions. And many questions repeat themselves year after year, but I would also thank the Ministers of Cooperation that you've taken the time that we've had this question time. It's very valuable to us, and that from the whole Council, of course, we understand that you cannot answer all questions and that perhaps that it takes some time. But I would really, truly like to underscore the importance that for Nordic Council to be relevant and for us to be accepted in our national parliaments. You know very well it's the case. Then we have to see more action and close cooperation between the Council of Ministers and the Council of Ministers. And we know we've heard it from Finland and the Åland presidency, and we really hope that we can also manage that. We can come home and be proud of all the work we've done here in the Nordic Council and see results as well. So thank you very much, and a warm applause to them all.
Kära nordiska vänner.
Dear Nordic friends, we have come to the closure of this theme session. I would like to thank the Finnish Parliament and its staff and also the Nordic Council Secretariat for all the work you have carried out and the well-prepared organisation. And also this has been fantastic. This is just a small part of it, but all from the food, the dinners, hotel bookings that we are assisted with, and everything works so well when we are here. I think that everyone here appreciates it, but when you start to think about all of these small details that you work with, then it's very clear how much work you put in, and I'd like to give a round of applause to all of the people who have helped. And just a few important functions we have which we wouldn't manage without, and it is our interpreters. So also a very warm round of applause to our interpreters. Thank you very much. And I have to say that we, in the Swedish delegation, when we put the theme for our presidency, Nordic benefits and cohesion in a turbulent time. We could not imagine how turbulent this time would be. That's unfortunate, but of course it's more topical than ever that we come together, that we meet, that we perhaps have a few feuds here in the front where we can discuss things, but also that we do stay together and strengthen our collaboration. And as I said before, perhaps the absolutely most important thing we can do for our own civil preparedness is to learn to know our neighbours. That applies both at home and here. And I think that we are working very well on that, to get to know each other and have a good time together as well. Before we closing the meeting, I have some information to the members of the Presidium who will be attending the Nordefco meeting. The Nordefco meeting will be directly after this season, and we will immediately go to the lifts outside the auditorium, and we will be led further, and our bags and clothes, if you have left them in the cloakroom, will be moved. So, and with these words, I would like to thank you all for very good work and collaboration, and wish you all a very good trip home, and we'll see you again soon. And this is the end of the session.